Recording in progress.
Good evening. It is Monday, March 9th, and this is a meeting of the Southborough Planning Board. The Planning Board is now in session. The first item on the agenda is a public hearing, accessory dwelling unit bylaw update. Anything?
I'm just letting them in. It's Doris and David.
Thank you.
Okay, while you do that, I'll begin with reading the public hearing notice. This is the public hearing notice to amend the town code for accessory dwelling units, ADUs, per MGL Chapter 40A, Section 5. The Planning Board of the Town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, March 9th, 2026 at 6:35 p.m. in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. And via Zoom to consider amending the town code sections 174-8.2, 8.4, 8.5, 8.7, 8.8, 8.12, 174-13.8, and to remove section 174-9B to update language of accessory dwelling units and update any references to these sections as applicable. The hearing concerns the proposed language updates relating to accessory dwelling units, ADUs, to allow ADUs that exceed the state's as-of-right threshold up to 1,200 square feet, provided the ADU does not exceed the size of the principal dwelling, and to remove the existing size cap for a special permit under adaptive reuse of historic buildings, and removes the language for special permits for the ADUs in its entirety. A copy of the proposed zoning amendment may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours, or the Planning Board Agenda Center at www.southboroughma.gov/agenda-center/planning-board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually at the following link, www.southboroughma.apv/674/virtual-meetings. That's it. And want me to give you a quick update?
Sure, thank you.
So we received a draft from the ZBA who's prepared the warrant article to the planning board on January 26th. It was referred to the select board's February 3rd meeting and referred back to the planning board as required by law on February 4th. Town council provided review comments in the beginning of February. We had started meetings back in February discussing this warrant article. The legal ads were placed for February 23rd and March 2nd for the public hearing opening this evening. A draft was provided also in the agenda, in the planning board meeting packet for this evening. And that brings us to public hearing number 1 tonight.
Awesome, thank you very much. And we have with us the Chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals, David Williams, and Zoning Board of Appeals member Doris Cahill. Do one of you want to kick us off?
Sure. Hi, yeah, this is David Williams of the ZBA. So I don't know that there's a lot to go over now. The last time that we got together, the concerns from the planning board were that we have language in there that it won't exceed the gross floor area of the principal dwelling. So that's in there. And also the concern that you wouldn't have more than one per lot. So there was just a little bit of trading of how to word that with town council and Laura. And, you can see what we have now is just that one sentence saying only one accessory dwelling unit may be established on a lot. I think otherwise it's largely the same as what we looked at previously.
Great, thank you. Do you have anything
Doris?
you want to
Yeah,
add,
go ahead.
Doris?
So I just want to take the moment to just thank Laura for moving this through and for bringing this up at each and every the planning meeting so it makes the warrant. I know we're so time sensitive. That is the change, David. was to see that there's only ADU, although it's mentioned in other sections of the code, that is, in this section, only one ADU on the lot. So after a couple of revisions, I think where we need to be on this, and I don't have much else to add besides that. Excuse me for not showing up in person. I usually like to show up in person, but I've got a bit of a nagging cold, and I just don't like getting people sick.
Thank you for that, Doris. We all
So
appreciate it.
very same
Okay,
reason
so-
I didn't show up in person
I
also,
just-
so.
I don't know, somebody got me sick, we know who they were, and I'm trying to be courteous. But I'm very excited about this change, and I know Mike Robbins isn't in tonight, but he also really supported this through a couple of meetings we've had over the last few months. And we're looking towards maybe other minor changes, but not today.
Yeah, there was a suggestion to make one other change, but, my thought was we're really close. I don't think it's wise to do it. I think we're pretty settled on the language here, so let's go ahead to
Yeah.
town meeting with it the way it is.
Definitely, David. So,
Okay, thank you. Very good. And I would just add, so the purpose is to just make this easier and simple and to make it more advantageous to smaller homes. So it's just 1,200 square foot by right.
Right.
And all the other sections of the code is just all the changes that had to be made just because that's where it was mentioned. But it's
Yeah,
really
yeah, the
simple, even
the
though it
numbering.
doesn't look like that.
yeah, so it was in fairness to the smaller homes and the simplification of the process, although it's more of the fairness to the other homes you couldn't add. But with the parameter, it can't be bigger than the main house, really protects us. They can't go to the 1,200 if they have an 800 square foot house, which is something we
Right.
wanted, so,
Right.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Maria?
Hi, Dave. Hi, Doris. Thanks for joining. Yeah, it does what we want it to do. It looks great. Thank you for accepting our changes. And I just want to echo the sentiment that, we really want people to use this bylaw. So when I read how, how it reads now compared to previous, I think it's really, really easy to get through. And thank you to Laura for doing that work and for keeping up with you guys. But it's great for me, so I really support it. Thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. I echo everything that Debbie said, and David and Doris, thank you for spearheading this, and send our thanks to Laura as well. I think this is a great addition, and it needs to be done, and I look forward to supporting it at town meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Belniak?
Ditto what Lisa said. Nothing new to add.
Yes, thank you, David and Doris and Laura for keeping up with this. I think it looks great. I have no further questions or comments. And
Before you go to the public, can I just ask something?
sure,
Okay.
go ahead. Maria.
For David and Doris, for David and Doris, can you just reiterate who will be presenting at the town meeting?
I think it's actually going to be Mike.
Mike Robbins?
Mike
yeah.
Robbins, and
Yeah.
I'll be in attendance if he,
Yeah.
yeah, so I'll be with him, but he's the primary
Okay.
Yeah.
person that's gonna present.
All right, thanks. And my last question is, I just want to confirm the version that's supposed to go to the warrant, because we're going to try and send the majority of these in tomorrow. I think it's the February 25th, 2026 version that included the only one accessory dwelling unit may be established on a lot. That was the most
Ye-
recent one.
Yeah, the one that's dated 2026-02-25, is that what you said,
Yes.
Karina?
Yeah,
Yeah, correct. That is the latest one.
okay,
You're correct.
thanks.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? Yes, sir. You may.
John Vitalini Jr., 4 Wyeth Circle. I'm sorry, this got by me. I didn't see this until just recently. So I guess I need some things explained, Because when I look at this draft of 22526, which is the one we're talking about, you've got removed in Residence B, I don't know why, you got removed in highway business, removed in industrial, and removed special permit requirements.
Right,
What are we removing?
the special permit. So what the bylaw is now is that accessory dwelling units up to 1,200 square feet are allowed by right. But they can't exceed the square footage, the gross square footage of the primary dwelling unit, and there cannot be more than one ADU per lot.
So I just want to take, which I own property, 174, 8.7 industrial district. And it says that you're going to remove C2. So that's accessory apartments, and then you removed that last year, made it accessory dwelling units, those gross floor areas greater than, or less than, I guess, than 900 square feet. So what are we putting in there when we take the 2 out?
Is that a special permit?
No. Well, it is. It requires a special permit.
So there is no special permit?
So there is no.
All there is the by right?
So then it becomes by right.
Yeah.
And it says that where? Industrial district, where will it say ADUs by right?
So 174, 8.2 Res A, District A11. Accessory dwelling unit that is no larger in gross floor area than 1,200 square feet, provided that the accessory dwelling unit does not exceed the gross floor area of the principal dwelling, and only one accessory dwelling unit may be established on a lot.
Right.
So that's in Res A, and then it flows through all the other districts, because they all say all the uses in Res A.
So Res A, and then it goes down here. So what you're telling me, Res A, you put it in Res A, then you go over to Res B, and it says permitted uses as of Res A.
Right.
So that covers that. And then we go to business villages, it says all residential districts, Res A and B. So that covers that.
The only place that it's taken out of is the industrial park,
Industrial park.
but every other,
Well, it never was in the industrial park.
it was as a special permit,
All right, I see.
as accessory apartment.
Okay. So in industrial zone, it'll say all permitted residential districts, permitted uses as follows. So anything in a residential district, and then it goes to 80. The only reason I'm asking this, and I don't know if, I know you guys know a lot about this, but your industrial, your highway business, and your business village districts are all intertwined with a lot of residential land in the area. Fayetteville, I'm bumping up against Marguerite on Deerfoot Road. And it makes a little bit of a tool where you can say, okay, I know I'll put my business down here and I'll give a ADU or a duplex or something up here. And it makes sense with the neighbors in the neighborhood, and it's something I don't want to see disappear. So that's why I earmark these. I think it's a good idea to go to 1,200 square feet, that's fine. But then it says remove special permits requirement B and replace with reserve. What does the reserve mean? What are we doing there?
So instead of
Can you answer
having
that?
to renumber everything, it's just going to say reserve, so that'll just be that blank spot there.
So if I pick up my zoning and it says, well, let's go to special permits and it says reserve, and I bring it to my engineer, how much money am I gonna spend having him figure out what reserve means?
It's just blank. It's just a reserve spot, it's blank.
So
So
it's
if we, yeah, but if we removed it, we would have had to renumber all the different districts. It's just easier.
Is an equivalent to this page left intentionally blank?
Yeah, but you've got,
It was also done with the, when conservation changed the stormwater management section out to the general code. They left in the zoning code, they said reserve.
reserve.
It's just a placeholder for the numbering, for the formatting of the numbering. And it went through town council, and he said there wasn't a problem to do that as well.
So 174.9B, accessory apartments, dwelling units, you're removing that whole thing.
Yes. The whole, all special permit.
Because this special permits for, with the formula for 25% over is something different than an ADU, you know that. You don't.
Well, so that is an ADU.
It is, but there is accessory, because in your bylaw, you have two-family dwelling. The only way you can build a brand-new one is if you build it and then wait 2 years, and then add
Right.
to it, and then you don't have to adhere to the square footage. So it's really based for conversions. But under the accessory apartments with a 25% habitable floor area and everything, you can actually get to build a duplex. So you're taking that out. So we're losing that advantage altogether.
Well, you
So
could do a
nothing will ever be
1,200
able to
square
go
foot
above 1,200 square feet, is what you're saying.
for accessory dwelling unit, correct?
Yeah. See, I don't agree with that.
Would they be able to
Well-
get a variance?
Because I understand where, I remember Michael Robbins bringing this up at town meeting last year. So let's go to 1,200 feet, and we'll be proactive, and that'll be it, and that'll be great. But there are instances where you may want to go to 2,000 square feet on this side and a certain amount of square feet on this side. And you can do it with this formula, but you can't do it with the.
Only on very big, very large homes,
That's right, but you still can do it.
which kind of defeats the purpose of an accessory dwelling unit, which
Not
is supposed to
necessarily.
be
It's
smaller,
just
more.
one extra thing
affordable.
you have.
Well, so if you want to build two-family homes, then perhaps we should revisit that section of the code.
Well, yeah, because you have a two-family dwelling here, and you say, well, boy, it's like Flag Road. I built 4 houses, kept them for a lot longer, then I realized this was in there, and then I changed them all to duplexes. Everybody's very happy, and nobody seems to bother. I don't know, Deb, if it bothers you or not, but I converted them all, and it was actually, you complimented me on it, if I remember right. I got it under my.
I'm very
my Mimi
complimentary.
compliments. But, so that's what I'm looking at here, and I'm saying, why are we taking out this one thing? Because you changed apartments to dwelling units last year, but this was something different. So what you're doing now is 1,200 is the total ceiling. Because before 900, the ZBA said, well, entertain anything over 900 feet, it'll be a special permit.
So it was 900 or 50% of the gross
Right.
floor area,
So now we're 1,200 square feet.
correct?
Is that 50% of 2,400?
It's not 50% of anything. It's 1,200 square feet, not to exceed the square footage, gross floor area of the primary dwelling,
So you can't be bigger than the primary.
correct?
Okay. But you can't get bigger than 1,200 square feet.
Correct.
I don't agree with that. I think this should stay. I don't think you thought it out all the way through. I think what you're doing is admirable, but you don't know the formula the way. the
Can I
builders
just ask
and I
something, maybe?
always know it.
How does
When
that
it works.
affect the 1 to 2 family conversion?
Say that again?
The special permit?
It's a way
for-
around it to build a two-family, he's saying.
Right, but you can still use the 1 to 2 family conversion. You have
Yeah,
to
but
just
you
wait
just
2
have to
years.
wait.
We're talking building it for brand new.
Right, you'd have to, yeah.
See, with the ZBA, you could go up to 1,600, so you could do a unit at 2,000, what you could do on at 1,600. You're taking that away. As much as you're adding, you're taking away, too. There's a plus and minus to everything. So, I think you should.
I think if you want to build two families, then that should be addressed, not try to do a workaround through accessory dwelling
That's how
units.
Southborough is. You have to hire a lawyer, read this thing, reread it, look for these, and no offense, but that's what we do all the time. That's
Right.
why we're redoing.
Well,
lot
so
of
by
those,
rights makes things easier, right? Than a special permit?
Well, it does. By right does make things easy. But it also, you're taking away something that I think was a valuable tool because nobody understands what this actually says. I mean, I went over this with David Gosmini, and I built a very nice duplex for my sons up on Maple Street, and it worked out very well. And you're taking that away, and I believe I'm over the 1,200 square feet. But, so I think you didn't understand exactly what this says, because it works out a lot, but the math works out different. You can get up to like 1,600, 1,800 square feet.
Well, on a larger,
On a brand-new house, yeah, on a
House,
larger
yeah.
house, but it's not detrimental to the town. I'm not saying do away with 1,200, I'm just saying keep this piece in, just add it to it. So, all right, you up to 1,200 square feet, anything over 1,200 has to be a special permit.
Can I say something?
sure, go ahead, Doris.
Okay, great. So we'd actually, I actually do think I understand it. We actually did a survey. There's not a lot of ADUs registered in town. I think there's only about 34 of them. And when you look at them and you look at how large they are and the percentage of the total gross area of the house, that it wasn't addressing, and I don't have it handy, but you're certainly welcome to see it. I know Karina has it. It wasn't really addressing these small homeowners. In fact, what you could see, if you wanted to look at it in a more nefarious way, that those who would use that, you could see it actually in the statistic, that they're actually, larger homes are utilizing that 25% more, and you can actually see that. I'm just saying that, Jack. Versus the intent of this, and I'd love to address this and place it with multifamily units, would be my thought on it. But this is the opposite problem where someone has it's meant to help the 800 square foot house without the complexity of the 50% and then the 25%. And the 12, no, I think Westboro uses 1,200. So quite a bit of research went into it. I wouldn't say that I'm not aware of the impact of the 25% nor the, but it was to simplify what's really a mandate by the state to make this available to small homes, but not an egregious addition, and it's just to address ADUs, and then to have people come up before the board to an ADU when you're supposed to simplify it by right seems slightly counterproductive, but I see what you're saying, but I don't think it lives in the ADU world. It's just an opinion. I've lived in multifamily units also, I've rented them also, I do understand it.
Well, you can see
But-
what you did. You had 900 square feet, so then you had to go to the ZBA to get anything bigger than that. And now you said, all right, we're gonna make this really good for everybody. We're gonna go to 1,200 square feet. And
No, actually wanted to it went back and forth, there was more to it than let's just make it good. But we had the 50%, and 50% of 900 square feet is 450.
right,
And that's just too small.
Yes.
And then you start to add the complexity of the 25% and the definition of the gross area of the 25%. And we liked what we saw Westboro doing. It wasn't just out of the sky. And the square footages of the homes, a lot of them fall more in the, let's say you had a ranch and the top floor is 1,200 and they have a bottom floor of 1,200. It seemed to address that as and I see a multi-unit as a multi-unit, which we definitely want those too. I would definitely be in favor of, if I were on that zoning code change. Absolutely in favor of that. I have a lot of things I'm in favor of. I'm not in favor of percentages though.
well, I never liked
because you get-
percentages either, but you've gotta be able to understand how you're doing the percentages, so it's done different. This accessory dwelling units are a little bit, are different than the other ones, so I didn't mind going to the ZBA.
It's one of those things, I think there's so much work in it. Certainly, that my 2 cents is, it's gotta get voted in, Jack. It's gotta get, it's not mine, or it's something ZBA worked on, worked closely with Mike Robbins. I know he couldn't make it tonight. He's gonna do the presentation. And, we'll see how it goes, I'm okay with a no. I just think, I kinda think I'm right.
Well, I don't mind it, I don't wanna step behind, but I think that nobody understands exactly what this says. I'd be glad to explain it if somebody wants to.
No, I appreciate it, but when I dug into those percentages, and then we're all in the background of how that could be unfair in a different way, and I wanna develop, and I wanna make things easy too. But exactly what you're describing is actually kind of, we see in a little statistic, is we've got bridges and additions that wrap around, and I don't know if that,
Oh, I know exactly what you have.
and we got
Some
storage
stuff I've done,
areas,
some
I've been
stuff
there, I've done it, I've lived it. you know, we got storage areas, and we know how we get to the better gross square feet, but who knows what, no one's gonna go into these homes and say you're living in room one and living in, we just wanna get people in homes and people who cannot afford, so that's where I was coming from on it, and I think that's where Mike Robbins was coming from on it, but I'm picking away, you know, I'm trying to work with David, and if we can come up with some ideas, but if that needs revision, Mimi,
You can
I'm
work on
happy to-
two-family for fall town meeting.
Thank you, Mimi. I want.
I mean, I'd be
right.
glad to do it. I mean, it's very simple. Two-family, the
yeah.
conversion of a one-family house that has been in existence for more than two years or longer. Just do away with 2 years or longer. You're done. A lot of this stuff is,
I like
Yeah,
that
rip
idea,
them
but
out.
let's not get that.
So they won't
I
do
know
it.
David's gonna like it.
Yeah, I
David's
don't-
being quiet. I don't know. But I'm all about that, so, I'm all about that, maybe.
I applaud the 1,200 square feet. I did run into one recently. I'll tell you the story. It's somebody that we built a house for in 1979. They called us up and wanted, with their son was going to sell a house, they were going to sell their house. And because of health issues, they were going to get together. And we were going to finish the basement off for this fella. He was going to live upstairs. And the 900 square feet just didn't cut it for him and his wife, and he wanted to live outside, and there was some issues with some of the illness that they had. And, but to get what he wanted and to do his basement over was going to be 1,100 square feet. And that would be a bedroom, an office, living room,
Yep.
kitchen, you got.
Yeah, well, as it was originally before the state passed their mandatory by right, it was only the special permit, 25%. So it didn't really, for smaller homes, it wasn't worth it at all.
No, it doesn't make it, because I
It
mean, my
doesn't
father
make
built
it
a
at
lot of
all.
houses that were at 1,100 square feet. Built
Yeah.
a lot of split levels. That was his favorite house. He loved that. He came out of the 1930, and
Yeah.
so when he came to the modern house, split level, gave you a garage underneath, gave you
Yep.
a lot of house for your money. And 1,100 square feet, 50%, you're right, you can do anything. But those houses are set up perfect for one family up here and another family down there. I mean, you don't even have to really touch them. But this, I think we're losing something, but maybe I'll give Mike Robbins a call. I don't want to be the Grinch that stole Christmas here.
I didn't know how
I've done
dense
that
our,
before.
Well, so we
I don't
can
know how
pass
dense
this
our-
and then work on the two-family. I think if it's to do two families, then we should just amend two families instead of trying to do two families by
Yeah, you could be right.
doing a workaround with the ADU.
It feels like a second modification. I certainly at this point don't want to really consider any more changes. Like I said, we're awfully close to where we have to submit
Yeah,
that, so
we have to submit them.
All right.
happy to talk about it, but I think, I don't see anything changing before town meeting right now.
No, I
Oh,
just
no,
thought
no,
that
that's-
probably, David, you should have kept at least the ability to get a special permit, if in case you had to do, say, 1,200 to put another cap on it. 2,000 square feet or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Well, so from April to September or October isn't that long a wait.
You sure we're gonna have another one?
This
This
fall?
got by me because I was concentrating on the other one. Roof.
well, not that I beg to differ, but we're so close, and I can make a commitment to bring that in front of, I mean, if ZBA wants to take it out, first I gotta ask if ZBA wants to take out another article change, but I'd be happy to take out an article change to fairly address it for what's not correct and bring it up in September. I don't mind doing that at all, Jack, because I think you're right, but I think it's late, and I think this is good.
Well, I think,
And I'm in agreement with Mimi, it's kind of a combing, and I'm also in agreement with David. We can't get, I don't think we can get a last minute change in and get a meeting and get it on the warrant. And then I'm not a kick the canner, maybe I'm wrong, Mimi.
I actually don't think you're kicking the can down the road. I think you have been very proactive from last year to this year. You said, and Mike said, it should be 1,200. He stood up and said it. Now's not the time to do it.
Yeah, I did.
Came back and worked on it. I apologize.
Yep.
that Usually I'm pretty good at this, but I missed this completely.
so it'll be easy doors, just take that sentence must be For
Amy,
for 2 years
stop.
out of the two family.
It'll be better, Jack.
Yeah,
It'll be better for you.
thank you, Jack.
Yeah, I would like to get, this is something I would have to get on, if Laura can get it on the agenda. We have a meeting coming up this month on the 18th, I think. And I'm participating on the 18th. That's next week, right? We can get on the agenda. And then it takes time, but other people are going to see it different ways, so.
Very good, thank you. Does anyone
so
else
that's
have
the-
any questions or comments on accessory dwelling unit? Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
You're
It's nice to see you. It's been a while.
Anyone, I don't see anyone with their hands raised. Thank you, Doris and David. I think we'll move on. Anyone else?
Thank
here?
you.
Thank you, David. See you next week. And get better soon. Thank you, Mimi, Katrina.
you.
Deb.
Yep, thanks,
I'll see you
everybody.
soon. Take care.
Guys, thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
also,
Need to make a motion.
Yep.
I make a motion to extend the public hearing for ADU bylaw update, proposed zoning amendment by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
To March
To March
23rd
23rd, next meeting.
Second.
at 6:35.
6:35, thanks.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brasher, yes.
Belniak, yes.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, Tricentennial Committee signs proposed zoning amendment. Karina, you want to kick us off?
okay, this is the public hearing notice, a new temporary sign bylaw for Tricentennial Committee. Per MGL 40A, Section 5, the Planning Board of the Town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, March 9th, 2026 at 6:40 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass, and via Zoom to amend Section 174-11C with a new subsection 16 to permit banners and signage in connection with the town's tricentennial celebration. This hearing concerns the proposed addition of a temporary zoning amendment to the sign bylaw, Section 174-11, that will allow the Tricentennial Committee to promote the activities and events of Southborough's tricentennial celebration through banners and signs on utility light poles in the public way and non-residential properties with select board approval and within the existing size limits. This amendment shall expire on January 31st, 2028. A copy of the proposed zoning amendment may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or on the Planning Board Agenda Center at www.southboroughma.gov/agenda-center/planning-board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually at the following link, www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meetings. On this one, we've had several discussions starting February 9th, talking about this sign bylaw amendment for the Tricentennial Committee. And we received a referral from the Select Board from their March 3rd Select Board meeting to the Planning Board. A copy of the draft Tricentennial bylaw was provided to Town Council, who provided some red line comments, and that's the most recent version, which is also in the Planning Board packet for tonight's meeting. It was publicly noted in legal ad on February 23rd and March 2nd, and brings us to tonight's public hearing number 1.
Thank you very much. Anyone to speak on this? Oh, Colleen, could you put this up on the screen?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, this is very quick.
If you
Anyone-
could just
Oh,
introduce
sure.
yourself first.
Tricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter Street. I just want to start by thanking you and the Select Board for the support of this, for the Tricentennial Committee. And I don't know who it was that brought this to my attention. I apologize. But this person was wondering if the first section, so 6th line down, whether that should be section C16, Tricentennial banner signage, and then the first paragraph, and then where the description starts, whether that should be subsection A, and then subsection
That was
B.
OCD me.
Oh, was that you?
Yes.
Okay. But I noticed that it didn't get changed, but it does kind of make sense, because you don't start out with a 16A.
Right.
So, but the town council didn't change that either, right?
No, but that's easy enough to change.
That's just formatting, as long as
Okay.
we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
All right.
So it would be,
Right.
So it will be 17411C16, get rid of the A, tricentennial banner, then that first paragraph, and then A, all banners, blah, blah,
Yep.
blah, blah.
Right.
and then it would flow like the rest of the
Yes,
code.
which I agree makes sense, and that's why I was not sure why it wasn't changed.
Okay.
And where would the B go on the,
The B stays where the B is.
The B's
sunset
fine.
provision at the bottom.
yeah, okay. So that'll be B, okay. And the top line, where it says tricentennial banner signage, is just going to say 17411C16.
Yes.
And then A,
Yeah.
and then you have your
And the
introductory.
B just needs to be B, it doesn't really
Right.
need to be. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, you don't have to say 16.
17411C16, because it's already under that section.
Okay.
Yeah. But
That's all.
so it looks great, and thank you for your
No,
work on this.
Thank you guys for getting this through and the help in creating it.
Ms. Demuria.
Hi Patty, and hi Don. Thank you for joining. I think it looks great also. I don't have any, yes, stay here. I don't have any comments. I like the additions that were made. I think it's, easily understandable, and I think it will pass. So I support it. Thank you.
Ms. Brashio.
Thank you for coming tonight, Patty, this is great. I only have one question, and so, under A, if you go down to the last paragraph, it says the size, design, and location. It talks about in that, the select board may impose reasonable conditions related to size, location, duration. Duration's covered under the sunset provision. And my only concern is the select board's decision is at their sole discretion, that's not subject to appeal. So my question is, and it may be a question someone asked at town meeting, what is the duration? Can they change the duration from the sunset clause, or is the sunset clause it? That's the only question I have, where you can appeal it. I mean, this,
Right, that is a good point, that the duration has been set by August 1st, 2026.
correct.
To, December 31st, and frankly, after December 31st, 2027, we don't need to advertise the tricentennial anymore.
Correct. So
No, I agree.
it's just a question that it seemed to conflict in some way. Other than that, I thought it was great, and I think it's going to pass very easily.
So you're saying just delete the word duration?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Good point.
that's just a suggestion.
Good point.
And again, nothing against anybody, but when there's
No,
no
make it
opportunity,
clear.
make it clear.
Yeah, and I think that's what we did with this, was make
Yes.
it very clear that
Very
this is
simple.
really for the tricentennial, really for the tricentennial and nothing else.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you, great job.
Mr. Bellinia.
No other comments. Great call out by Lisa about duration. That's it. Nicely done.
Anyone else? Select Board, are you okay with getting rid of the duration?
I'm okay
Even
with
though
it.
it's,
I don't speak for the whole board, but I think that makes sense. Why would we say this type of banner can be here for 3 months, this can be here for 4
Right.
months?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
Basically,
seems to make
We're going to go to
sense.
the select board and present what we want anyways to get the approval as needed, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions or comments on tricentennial sign? Anyone on Zoom?
Nope, nobody there. So once this version is modified, are you going to modify it and send it to me, or do you want me to modify it and submit it with the format?
I think it's kind of out of my hands.
I can do that,
Yeah.
yeah. I just don't want to take it away from you, because some people hold on tight to their...
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
Karina, I have a copy in the Dropbox,
Yes,
taking out the duration.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm good. As
Okay.
long as everybody's happy,
Yep.
we're good.
Yeah, so just the changing of the numbering there that we discussed,
duration, yes.
and then take out duration, and
Yes.
that's it. Yeah. Perfect, very good.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
We all set with this? Anybody else? Good call, Lisa.
Very good. Okay, I make a motion to extend the public hearing on the Tricentennial Committee signs, proposed zoning amendment, to March 23rd, 2026 at 6:40.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
Belniak, yes?
The next item on the agenda. I wonder,
George is right there.
hmm?
Are you looking for the applicant or the town?
No, we were thinking about, well, this shouldn't. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 352 Turnpike Road, major site plan approval, change of use. Karina, can you bring us up to date on this?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Here we are. Decision. Okay, since the last meeting, since the last public hearing, which was held on February 23rd, this is now March 9th, public hearing number 4. Since the last meeting, let's see what we have. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, so since the last meeting, I emailed the fire department copying George Banan, requesting their opinion of making the third-party review by an engineering, a fire protection engineering consultant, a condition as part of the major site plan approval to happen at the time of the building permit issuance at that point. So that was included as one of the conditions. In addition, I started coordinating with the EOHLC, with my contact there for the subsidized housing inventory. The person I contacted was out, but came in and was busy, and we haven't reconnected since. But she gave me some initial input that kind of put it back in the applicant's lap, because it depends on how you approach the residential component and how you present it to the state, if that's your intention or not. And you were copied on that too, so you kind of know what she gave back. So I haven't touched base with EOHLC again, but I did include a condition that the applicant and owner would follow up with us on if they were intending to do that, and if it would be viable for you, and if it would really be carried out, if it would work, right? So it depends on how you approach, it's like a 40B, your funding, and set your rates and all that, and it's a little bit of a different type of dwelling, because it's not monthly leases or yearly leases or ownership and all that. So we'll have to figure that out, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. But the other facilities in town that have programs that are typically confidential, that is done with the owner of the property directly with like the Department of Mental Health or Department of Social Services, and then they report to the state agency. And then the state agency puts it on our subsidized housing inventory. And it's not us to push it, we can ask, but it's really between the owner and the state. So, okay, enough about that, just want to make sure that's clear. So I drafted, and then, yeah, those were the two main things. And then George had submitted an updated waiver request for the lighting. And in that request, there were, and you can elaborate more, but there were some lights that are to remain on 24/7 for the public safety when you have residential component to the project. So that waiver is to be discussed, and that was included in the decision. So I did a draft decision and included everything that I usually do, including standard conditions and some specific to this project. And I provided that to Attorney George Banan and the planning board. I didn't hear anything back, so I figured you didn't have any major concerns.
I do have just a couple things I'd like to discuss
Okay.
regarding the,
Just let me get through it, and
Yeah,
and I'm just giving the quick update. I'm a little bit lengthy here because I'm tired, but that's about it. We're in good spot if we go through the decision tonight and iron out any issues with the lighting.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome.
thank you. George Bonan for the applicant Disability Assistance and Vocational Education, Inc. Karina, thank you for the update. Besides the fire department commentary, saying it's okay to include that third-party review during the building permit process, and the SHI discussion, which of course I'll follow up with Karina and her contact over at EOHLC. I think the major component is the waiver requesting 24-hour lighting for select lighting poles and lighting bollards, which I've identified in a couple exhibits attached to the waiver request. And I was lucky enough to have Ms. Houlihan work with me off hours to kind of narrow that request. We had eliminated 3 lighting poles that were on my original request that were closest to Madison Place so that we could mitigate some light trespass over to that residential community. And I had, like Karina said, I had resubmitted I submitted a revised lighting waiver request. And that's what you have in front of you now. And Karina helped me modify it a little to make it a little easier to read as well. With that being said, I think the request speaks for itself, so I'll turn it over to the board and answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. DeMaria.
Hi, George, welcome. Thank you for that. I think it looks very nice. Can you just explain how many lights are going to remain on overnight? And would they remain on overnight if you don't have any residents?
I think they would remain on overnight, and the basis of that is to keep these lights on. It's more of a facilities management issue or responsibility rather, and the facility manager may not be necessarily coordinating with Dave Living and to see what or who is staying overnight. So they are intended to remain on overnight every day. Yeah, and just so I've filled in Marnie on what I was thinking when I had selected the lights, but basically it's all the lighting that abuts an access way leading all the way from the front of the property to the rear, so that someone could safely drive to the rear of the property, which is where they may enter from because the applicant's premise is on the 3rd floor, and the entrance to the rear leads onto the 2nd floor, and it's just a short walk up to the 3rd floor using a staircase, so they might use that as opposed to the elevator that they would access in the front. And then I tried to mitigate or narrow the amount of lights I used in parking spaces that I would think that possible program participants and staff members may use. So that was kind of my line of thinking. And The lighting bollards are, they don't really have a lot of, they don't illuminate that much. So them being right in front of the parking spaces and some of the entrances, I thought it's better to keep all those on rather than shut any of them off. And that was kind of my line of thinking.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that this is obviously for safety, for everybody, workers as well as residents. I personally am getting a little bit nervous that we're getting more and more requests for 24/7 lighting along on Turnpike Road. So I think, this is justified. I do want to, I guess we'll take some time and we'll go through the wording of how it's in the draft decision.
Yep.
Because I think that the board reserves the right to look at this and any complaints in the future. And that's not to say anything to do with the property, the management, or anything like that. It's just, we drive down Route 9 into other communities. Some of them are really lit up. And so I'm just, a little bit worried about that generally. So I think I would want to maybe put something in there that says, that we would review it periodically or review any complaints and have the right to come back to the proponent on it.
Absolutely, and Debbie, I'm glad you mentioned that because I would like to, and Karina did a great job of putting some language of what you're asking already in there. And I think, depending on what the board feels, I'd like to include like an objective trigger, like a documented complaint or documented spillover. And I think that it's better for everyone because that way the board isn't just reviewing any possible like word of mouth complaint that comes through. If it's significant enough to cause an issue, that the person or party should be making a formal complaint, and then it would trigger your ability to review the complaint and make any sort of changes that are needed within the first year, of course.
Yeah, I agree with that. So we're going to look at the wording on the proposed language later, right, after we go through, or should we look at that now? It's just my opinion on the lighting. Others have other thoughts as well.
Oh, on the decision?
Yeah.
We can discuss that after.
Afterwards, okay, good. Thanks, George.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. I share some of the same concerns that Debbie had. I did reach out to Ms. Houlihan before she left today and was unavailable, and, because I did have a concern, I'm like, this is a lot of lights. And, she kind of talked me through it about, the type of facility that you're going to be using on the third floor and the need for it. And she did we talked a lot about spillover, and, because I was concerned, there's 3 wetland parcels, within the parcel, sorry. And, we talked about Madison's so much higher up, it's not going to affect them as well. So she alleviated a lot of my concerns. I agree with Debbie. I'd like to have something in there that we can review it. I think that, again, it's a great project, and I think there's tremendous value in it, and I do agree for the safety. And I do worry that we're setting a precedent that, we keep doing this and putting lights on. But this one's a little bit different for me because it's more safety of permanent, well, not permanent, but transient residents, if you will.
Right.
So, if we could just add that language, I would be good. Thank you.
And Lisa, I'd like to reiterate something you kind of just touched upon. And it's not clear from the plans because there's no topography on it, but Madison Place does sit much higher than our parcel, and all the existing lighting is currently dark sky compliant, so it faces down to begin with. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Belnier.
Thank you. 2 things. One, Karina, can you just go over again? I was looking through the Dropbox and too quickly I couldn't find it, about the housing inventory and about how we can make a request that it get counted toward, but we can't decide. Can you just go over that again? I got confused there.
Okay, so it's up to the owner to decide how he is managing or what he's doing in those dwellings, so to speak, if they're allowed to be there. So, for example, if you have a single-family house, or automatically like a 40B, automatically those units count in certain ways, depending on if they're ownership or rental. Then you have facilities like New England Center for Children, or facilities for people who've had brain injuries. and they have like an 8-bedroom house. And those bedrooms count as a unit if they're staffed and have a client in there.
Mhm.
Okay? So you can have an 8-bedroom house and there's only 3 bedrooms being used. The owner of the property contacts the Department of Mental Health because they run this facility and they must have to have a certification. They do. So when they get that certification, the Department of Mental Health sends that information to the,
Mhm.
used to be DHCD, now it's the EOHLC.
Yep.
The same. And then it's the EOHLC who creates the spreadsheet of the properties and the number of units that are eligible based on their criteria.
Okay.
Okay, and those facilities are usually confidential
Mhm.
because they want them blending in with neighborhoods and avoid that problem.
Okay.
So this is a little bit of a different, and not to say it's like a rehab, like a drug rehab or something, but you have disability rehab places, learning how to function with, you can't use your arm anymore.
Right, okay.
So, but it's not, it's varied. Like, someone might just stay there an afternoon, someone might be there for a week,
Right.
someone might be there longer. So, depending on what their final program is, it would get presented
Okay,
to
yeah.
the state, and they would determine if it would be eligible. But there's also like financial criteria, and,
Yeah. Okay, so that was the part I needed clarification on. I know at our previous meeting, we had said, yes, let's try to apply it toward our inventory, but the net of it
We
is, the onus is on the
Right.
opponent. It gets submitted, it gets reviewed, and then either it does or it doesn't. Okay,
And it shows up on the inventory, and then I follow up and say, okay,
Okay.
where is this, so I know, and blah,
Great.
blah, blah.
thank you.
Yeah, we
Um,
just thought it was worth
Trying.
mentioning and trying.
sure,
'Cause
yeah.
we need as many units as we can get,
Yeah.
so.
And for today's purposes, I think it's too early to tell whether they're
Right.
going to apply or not.
Yeah.
But I will take the steps forward with the EOHLC,
Right.
to go through potentially certifying them so that they do count towards the SHI. Of course, I can't promise,
Yeah.
Right,
but
right.
Okay.
I can promise that I would advance it.
Yeah, all right, so that was one of my two things, was just a clarification of us wanting, but then the reality is, it's not us deciding, so, okay. The second thing is, thank you for revising the number of light poles, that small confusion, you did it quickly, appreciate that. The last thing is, I agree with your comment you made a few moments ago about, obviously, we're sensitive to the amount of light that may or may not become an issue, so let's use a documented, whether it's a complaint or a question or inquiry or something, and then meet. That way, it's on the record, it's very traceable, it sort of eliminates any subjectivity to the matter, so, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, George, for working so cooperatively with us on this. I do question, so there are 31 bedrooms, 9 staff, but over 100 parking spaces are lit?
That's another thing we have to change about the decision, and it may have been my fault for not making it so clear, or not making it clearer in my narrative, but no, it's not 100 parking spaces, it's 62, Karina, but in my narrative, what I had done was, I had applied 3 different standards to Dave Living, and I said, in this scenario, if you were using the residential standard, we would only have to provide you 25 parking spaces. In the, give me a second, there was another, I think, education. If we were to apply the educational standard, we'd have to provide you 48 parking spaces. But in subsection 13, which is the same standard as office, the other description is all other non-residential uses, we would provide you 62 parking spaces. So what we're doing is, I'm just applying the most restrictive and most, not restrictive, but the most,
The highest count.
exactly, standard. So we don't necessarily need 62, but to make sure we're zoning compliant,
Oh, I have no question with the number of parking spaces. My question is, why do so many need to be lit 24/7?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard your question. I guess they don't. in my lighting, I was just basically trying to light up the parking spaces directly left and directly right of the central access, central driveway. And then obviously the driveway goes to the rear, and I was lighting those poles up.
So I would prefer the least lit possible, because you didn't even request any until it was brought up.
And thank you for bringing it up.
And now it looks like most of the parking lot is lit 24/7.
I would say don't let the bollards kind of impact how you're viewing it, because it's flooded in blue around the bollards, but that's very little lighting. But to your point, I could eliminate the 3 on the furthest south, those 3. Thank you, Karina, yeah. And then if you go to the parking area to the north, just a little north, yeah, those 4 I could eliminate, so that we're basically just lighting up the driveway.
Yeah.
Oh,
Keep the bollards, and then the rear, and then those up to the far north, I had a discussion with Marnie about these, and we just kind of settled on, we really need those on for safety. They need to light the driveway up.
okay.
And then you just have a few more that abut the building, which I think need to be lit up as well. So we could eliminate those 7 I just indicated, but I don't know if it would be prudent to remove any more.
Well, that makes me happier.
Here it is. That's what we're gonna do.
And is there any way to do the drive on a motion sensor, or that's,
I'm sure there is a way. I don't know. That might require changing the lights.
okay, all right. I'll compromise.
Thank you.
So is the board okay with lighting less?
Of course.
Yes, can I ask one question?
Sure.
Could there be a section about parking areas specifically for overnight parking? So the people who are, the residents are probably, I don't know if they'll have a car or not, but maybe it's parked there.
Yeah.
But of course, you'll need staff. Is that helpful at all? Could that work to try to reduce some of the lighting if you used a portion of the parking lot for overnight parking only or something?
I would say I wouldn't have even bothered with the rear of the building, if not for where the applicant's premise is, it being on the 3rd floor, and it's just easier to get there from the rear of the building, because we have a bridge that extends from that rear parking lot right to the 2nd floor, and there's a staircase right there as you enter that goes to the 3rd floor. So I don't think, practically speaking, that rear parking area wouldn't be used. It's just the closest in proximity to the area.
Thank you.
All right, so now do we want to look at the decision?
Karina, great job on this as always. Very well done.
Thank you.
So procedural history, are we fine with that?
I am, yeah. Should I just chime in when we get to certain sections?
Sure. Findings,
One small change, well,
under findings or
yes.
procedural?
Findings. Sorry.
Okay.
So in condition 1, just on the 2nd line, Karina, I believe you meant to spell existing, but it's the
Exiting?
exiting.
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
you read it, George.
I did read it. In condition 5, which is what you, or what I was trying to touch upon when you had asked your question about lighting and parking, was finding number 5 is a little confusing, because it states, and this is kind of starting right after the semicolon on line 4, where it says "and." So it says, "and the proposed residential component requiring 48 parking spaces for the dwellings, and the proposed educational component requiring 25 parking spaces for the anticipated 31 students and 9 teachers/staff, and then included the proposed Dave living area of 17,430 square feet as all other non-residential uses, adding 62 parking spaces required. If you read it like that, it almost seems as though you need 62 plus 48, plus 25, whereas you only need 62.
Oh, I thought that's what you were saying.
Yeah, I know, and
Because
it
you
was
gave
poorly worded by me, probably in my.
So should it be like totaling 62?
Exactly. I think you can eliminate, beginning with
And
yes.
the proposed residential component,
Yeah.
all the way through teachers and staff.
Yes, exactly.
So eliminate that, and then included, okay.
And the
so-
rest of it's correct, like, you land at 220 parking spaces. So, it's just that, about 2 lines right there that need to be eliminated.
Yep, I follow. You were just comparing,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Is everyone else okay with that?
Yes.
Anything else in findings?
That's,
I'll make sure it makes sense when I
thank you.
look at it close. Okay.
So waivers, so this will have to reflect the changes that we just made. Can we get an update of the lighting plan that
Absolutely.
removes those lightings?
I'll send it tomorrow.
Okay. So that will be sent tomorrow.
Did you want any wording in the waiver about, that the waiver is only granted when there is residential component? We don't anticipate that changing, right? That you,
I think that would be so, you mean if there's no one residing there, then no lights, and then
no,
there
No,
is,
if
yes.
they get rid of that,
Tied to the use.
if
Oh.
they get rid of supportive housing
Oh.
and decide it's just gonna be a day facility.
That would be fine with us.
Yeah.
Okay,
That makes
Yeah, I
sense.
don't
that makes
If
sense.
that's an intent or
Yeah.
not, I don't know, okay.
Yes.
So something in there that says, as
Mhm.
long as such use is provided for that program or something like that. as-
Yeah,
as
or you could
supportive
say, though, the waiver is, this waiver applies only to the applicant and their use at the site. And their specific use, you can, however you want to word it. We can go back and forth on that,
Yeah.
or figure it out tomorrow, but
I just want to make sure it's tied to the residential component.
Yeah.
Because you don't need the lights on overnight if you're not, like, you wouldn't get rid of the dwellings and have people come and consult overnight there.
Correct.
Like, they wouldn't have an appointment at midnight to see a counselor.
okay, you want to, yeah, that's fine. You want it tied specifically to the residential component.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm, that's fine.
yeah,
Yeah,
That's why you
applies
would
only
need it.
to the residential component of the use.
yeah. Okay.
Agreed?
So who's going to write that? And also the other kind of more objective piece of it, did you have some wording that you were thinking about, or can Karina take that?
Karina can take it as long as we have, and you're referring to, I think we're going to get there, Debbie, but you're referring to, oh, maybe you're there now, yes, sorry. It's
Are
on
we
the
on
next page.
lighting?
Yep,
Okay.
We're on the waiver.
Waiver.
yes.
Yeah.
In the second, so it's going to be the second paragraph, and I don't have specific wording. Karina, if you want to take a stab at it, but something that says,
Wait, where are you? You're on
so
the lighting?
second paragraph of waiver.
Condition?
Yes, of condition number 5.
So there
Condition
was
number
nothing
4.
before that, right? Nobody had any,
Nope.
okay, so condition number.
So just to be clear, so we're going to change the date of the plan, and we'll get a new plan tomorrow that eliminates.
Hold on. That's right. Yes, we'll update your exhibit plan dates so that it's reflected in the waiver,
So
George.
these and these.
Yep, I marked it on mine too.
Okay.
Yep, and we'll update that waiver date, and I have to update it in the procedural history number 7. I'll have to update the date of your exhibits,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
unless you give me the same date and it's just correct,
I can.
but it might cause confusion. But if you call everything March 5th, because your waiver's not changing right?
No,
It's just your
just the
exhibit
exhibits of
plans.
the waiver.
So just, let me think about this for a second.
Well, I would just change it to March 10th, and I'll just update the waiver list to reflect the date of March 10th, and that way you'll be able to differentiate in the future between what waiver.
You'll be able to get a revision date from your electrical engineer?
Well, don't forget, I didn't change the dates on the exhibits, just the letter.
Right, it references the exhibit that includes the exhibit.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll make it 310.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
updated waiver list will reflect the exhibits as how we discussed
Yeah,
them
as a
this evening.
But when I do, I hate to pick this apart, but when I do refer to the exhibit lighting plans, they'll maintain, because you're going to turn 7 of those light circles off,
Mm-hmm,
right? So you're just going to keep the same date on that,
correct.
and we'll make sure that the waiver packet has the right plan attached to that March 10th date.
That's right.
All right, so I don't have to change the, okay. Just wanted to,
Okay, sorry. And you had a comment on number 4? So nothing on 1, 2, 3. That's all the standard.
Right. No, I had skipped ahead inadvertently down to the waiver already. Are you,
Are we on, where are we now?
Condition 4, I believe.
Condition 4, conditions.
oh, it would be under condition 4. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
In the second paragraph of condition 4 specifically, where we speak about the planning board's right to review the illumination.
Yep.
Maybe at the beginning of that sentence, the sentence that says the planning board shall have 1 year to review illumination, maybe preface it with saying, upon documented complaint, the planning board shall have 1 year to review illumination.
So,
Does that mean 1 year from the complaint, or 1 year from the issuance of,
Thank you, Alan.
yeah? And I wouldn't even say complaint, I would actually
No,
say
it's-
comment, because there could be someone just inquiring.
I would say,
so just for history, this is standard language that we
It
put in every single site
Mhm.
plan, that what planning board has 1 year to review the,
if the
Lighting.
planning board's okay with it, I'm fine moving on. I was just trying to implement like an objective trigger, but this is fine with me too, if the board is okay with it.
so no documented complaint. I document it anyway. If someone complains, I write it down, so it's pretty much
well,
done.
that's usually how we know
That's how we know.
to re-look at it. And I think since I've been on the board, we've only revisited one
But
due to complaints.
to Alan's point, I actually would like it to say the planning board shall have 1 year from the date of the decision to review illumination. And I think that's clearer and more aligned with the intent of what the board is conditioning.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, usually there's something in there that says that. Once notified, so once the lighting is, but in this case, that's why it was removed. Usually it says, once lighting is installed, the developer's supposed to notify us it's installed and the 1 year period starts. But you're not installing any lights.
No,
So so say that again, it's going to be, the planning board shall have 1 year,
From
From
date
the
of
date.
decision.
yes.
Yeah.
Decision.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Is everyone else okay with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other comments there? The next, number 5, the fire department, they're fine with that being a condition prior to the issuance of a building permit, that they hire that consultant.
I just have prior to building permit highlighted because I wanted to just make sure everyone's aware prior to the building. So when you go for your building permit application, before you get that, you need to provide that third party.
Well, it would be due during the building permit application process, right? Because in the portal, just like how
Yeah.
planning touches upon a building permit and it goes through each department, when it gets to fire, it would stop and they would require the third-party review at that time.
Correct. So it would be before you got your building permit,
Yes, but
prior to the issuance of the building.
that's what I was, yeah, that's what I'd like it to say, prior to the issuance of the building permit. But this says, in parentheses, it says prior to, well, I guess that's,
Well, I should just say, in parentheses, just to pronounce it, as a condition of the building permit issuance prior to building permit issuance, or,
I think it's duplicative.
It is,
Duplicative. I don't think you need it.
as a condition of building permit issuance. And as a condition prior to building permit issuance?
I honestly don't even think you need anything else besides, and as a condition of building permit issuance. I think
Yeah,
that
that's
plainly
fine.
states it.
Okay. Okay.
One comment on 5. This is nitpicky, I'm not sure if it's worth commenting on, but I'll
There
say-
are nitpicky people on this board.
So we say earlier in one of the findings that there's, this is not subject to peer review, but this is quite clearly a third-party review. So should we say civil engineering peer review in the finding?
No,
'Cause
that
this-
peer review is for the application, the major site plan application.
Okay,
They review wait a second, where did
got it.
you
It just
see
reads,
that?
I think finding number 5 says there's no peer review needed. But then we hear, so we say.
Because
third-party
it was a
review.
change of use, there's no exterior construction.
Okay.
So that's the peer review. This is a
Fire department.
Yeah.
independent
Okay,
building.
I just didn't want
code.
someone to pick this up 4 years from now and say, wait a second,
Yeah.
I thought there was no review, and that's all, but that's fine.
Because it says, yeah.
Okay.
A good point, but that's the difference.
Yep.
Also, I just want to backtrack on number 4, condition I had highlighted in accordance with zoning code, outdoor illumination. So it says, number 4, other than lighting hours for specific exterior lights, no exterior site changes are proposed as part of the approval. Allowed lighting for the site will be as shown in the prior approved site plans and in accordance with the code.
Okay.
That's okay,
fine.
right? I just want to make sure you caught that, okay.
Yep.
Which it should be, okay, sorry.
That's fine.
Okay,
Um,
6.
Number 6, I think we touched on that.
I would even, it's fine if it's left in. I would even consider taking this out, to be frank. I mean, it's really just me reaching out to the EOHLC and advancing it as far as I can. I don't know if
I think there was a lot of discussion on this.
you'd rather
and
keep it in.
I personally would rather keep it in.
It's
Just,
not-
again, for me, it signifies that, we discussed it and we talked about it and
Yeah,
Okay.
it was valuable.
and it's just a touch base with
Right,
town planner.
That's
There's, obviously, we can't
right.
force anything.
Mm-hmm.
On the consideration, too. It's a very soft
That's fine,
condition.
yeah.
Very intangible.
It is.
Okay, just a reminder. Okay, and I have a comment on number 7, just to clarify. So typically, we have site plans get recorded with the decision as an exhibit on letter size as a reference, because it shows, at least you can see the planning board endorsement. You may not be able to read all that, but then they know that there's a set of plans. In this case, where it's a change of use, I wanted to require that all 4 of the exhibit plans, which was the site plan, and the floor plan, and then the lighting plan
Mhm.
with the circles, and the photometric plan with the circles, that those be attached to the decision as, because you have them, right, so.
So the lighting plans with the circles, I just want to make sure we're clear, are exhibits to the waiver request.
Correct.
So
Yes.
would you like me to attach the waiver request in its entirety with like the letter and the attached exhibits as part of an attachment to this decision? Because I think you'd have to do that so that it's whole.
True, and I was tossing around because initially you had supplied a lighting plan and a photometric plan
Mhm.
to show what was there.
Exactly.
So I guess I was trying to capture that. And in the decision I wrote here,
If I may, if it were me, I would mandate the attaching of the site plan, the floor plan, and the two lighting plans, the lighting plan and the photometric plan, and that's it. I wouldn't attach the plans and the waiver list, or waiver request rather, to the decision, because we haven't done that in the past.
and that's what the intent was, because if you read the first page under procedural history, number 7 usually iterates what plans were attached, to be good. And those two plans, the site lighting and the photometric, were the initial ones that Marnie had asked for.
Yeah.
That you provided. The waiver will be part of the record anyway, with the circles on
Right.
there. And the waiver and the waiver request, I think, specifically says the blue circles.
Yes, and you'll have reference to it. It'll be
With a
dated March
date.
10th.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm okay with that.
okay.
Is everyone else okay with that?
Yep. So, okay.
Anything on 7 or 8?
I'm fine.
You all set with
Yep.
them? Should we entertain a motion?
Okay. I make a motion,
Can I just interject? Do we want to close the public hearing before we vote?
Oh, wait, we should ask if there are any questions first.
Yep.
So, thank you, Lisa. Any questions?
You up to the microphone over here and give your name? Thank you. We want to make sure we hear you.
Oh, so this is,
I came here from New Hampshire to hear about the golf range, but I walked in here at 7:01, and I guess you had already done it.
oh, no, we haven't done it
Haven't
yet.
done it yet.
Oh, you haven't done it yet?
No.
Yep.
Okay.
It's
I
coming.
didn't understand that. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Well, let's see if there's anything online.
So anybody on 352?
No hands raised.
No hands raised, okay.
okay. I make a
Great.
motion to close the public hearing, major site plan approval of 352 Turnpike Road, Disability Assistance and Vocational Education. Inc.
Second.
I have a motion in several seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
Belniak, yes.
Okay, and I make a motion to approve the decision of major site plan approval, change of use for 352 Turnpike Road, Disability Assistance and Vocational Education, Inc., dated March 5th, 2020.
Oh, you know what we need to
Six-
do first? We need to vote to approve the waiver.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
Not as part of the document?
No, it's separate.
Separate. Okay, rescind that. Okay, so I make a motion to approve the waiver as provided, dated, I don't know what the date was. March 10th.
Contingent on receipt of a new plan tomorrow.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
Belniak, yes.
Now we can approve. the
Okay, let's
site
try this
plan.
again. Okay, I make a motion to approve the decision of major site plan approval for change of use in 352 Turnpike Road, Disability Assistance and Vocational Education, Inc., dated March 5th, 2026, as amended. Is that okay?
Second?
Is it dated March 5th? Oh, the decision. Perfect. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
Belniak, yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bearing.
When will we see you again?
I have a feeling very soon. Take care, everyone.
You
Thanks,
too.
George. Okay. All right.
So let me ask the board, the next item is 22, but there are two very quick zoning items, and the select board's here to hear zoning items.
Plus we have, don't we have three? Industrial park?
Industrial park.
Oh, industrial park is
NCD and
now.
Zoning.
Yep, and then the
Yeah.
other two, yes.
Should we move the other two up till
Yes.
after industrial park?
I think so. I don't think there's going to be much
Mm.
discussion.
Shop C and MCOD above industrial park, is that what we're saying?
Up, right under industrial park.
Right under, okay.
Because
And then-
again, there's not
I like
going to be a whole lot of
the more
discussion on those.
procedural, Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, industrial park district expanded uses.
Industrial park, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss anything here?
Oh, this isn't the first.
Okay. So public hearing number 2, the last one was on February 23rd, continued to this evening, March 9th. On the 23rd, we received some information from Tim Litt with some interesting articles on data centers, which was distributed to the planning board for their information. Then we went through several drafts of the IP being revised from comments in the last meeting, and ended up with a February 24th, 2026 version 4 that was sent to town council for review. Town council provided a review of the draft, and in doing so had provided a red line draft that split the article, the big warrant article, into 2 warrant articles, differentiating between the IP uses in the IP district, which is 174-8.6, and then further down, there was the adding of the data centers as a special permit into the special permit section, which is 174-9. When I asked town council about the reasoning, as in his review, when he first saw the motion, it only included the 180, the IP district uses, where it's in 174-8.6, where they list all the uses that you can have by right, by special permit, et cetera. And in that section, we have data centers at the very end. It's a special permit by the planning board, it's number 13 in the list of uses by special permit. When you go to the next section is where it then defines what that use is in section 174-9 under special permit. So we also found out today that we need to put out another legal ad to cover the 174-9 aspect of the warrant article, because our legal ad focused on IP district expanded uses, and it only referenced the 174-8.6 section of the bylaw. So that's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider is it more advantageous to do 2 warrant articles out of the one, or to use one continuous warrant article? Something for discussion tonight. There are pros and cons to each one, depending on the philosophy of town meeting historical votes on how something is presented. Right? So if Article 1 passes, right, if you have 2 articles here, and the first article says we're adding data centers as a use, and it's just a simple little line, and if that passes, but then the second warrant article does not pass, which defines the dimensional requirements, a definition and, setbacks, et cetera, you would have an open data center use with no guidelines, right? The other point is, if you leave it continuous, you need to update we need to update the motion that says, not only are we adding this, we're expanding the uses, which includes the data center, but we're also adding to 174-9 special permit, section K, for data centers, so that the motion is clear. And then also state, we are fixing 2 small renumbering references in 174-9J2. I only know all these numbers because I've been looking at it all day. So, you know, that's the thing to consider, which way is best. And sometimes when you have, my opinion is, when you have a warrant article that is very descriptive and there's a lot of information there, it becomes very onerous. And I don't know how the town feels about data centers. I don't have a survey, I don't have a general idea. Some may like it, some may not. There's all kinds of publications right now that go either way. So those are the risks, you know. If you put it all together and people don't like data centers, you could lose the IP expanded uses. If you do it in 2 separate warrant articles, you're focusing in that the data centers are something onerous, and it might give people fear there too. Why are they keeping this separate? Because they're afraid they're going to lose this. So that's my take on it. So here we are.
Thank you, Karina.
You're welcome.
Mr. Murray.
Well, I did want to look at Marnie's copy, because I think what she was doing last minute is kind of collating some of the last-minute thoughts, but I think we have to get through this first. So my initial thought, I mean, I'd like to hear from the rest of the board, but my initial thought was I liked the separation, because I am afraid there's too many people in town that haven't been following this thread. Not everybody is like Mr. Litt, who provides the board with information and comes and informs us, as well as other members of the public. I don't know that I'm right there right now, because I think what the board is trying to do is put some guardrails around this. We're trying to define how this use is going to be used in our community, and it is going to be used in the community. And I think to not have something would be kind of a shame. We can always go back. So I think what I'm leaning is to not take council's advice and to keep it, because from my understanding is we would not be able to post the public hearing, and it wouldn't be brought to this town meeting. It would have to be brought to another meeting. Is that correct? There's not enough time for you.
There is time.
I
There
think
is
we
time.
would have to call a meeting just for this hearing.
Oh, I see. It's our own timelines. So town meeting is April 11th. So there would be enough time to post the hearing?
There would, if the planning board voted tonight to continue this to a added meeting on their regular schedule, you could add one on March 30th. We have until this Wednesday to post the legal ad for that, and it would be for the special permit section, or we can do it April 6th, that Monday,
Okay.
of which we could post the legal ad next.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought that there wasn't enough time for that. Okay, so now I have to think about things.
Because the discussions have been ongoing, and we've been talking about this. It's a formality so that people who aren't aware that there's a special permit change have the opportunity to chime in.
So would we then put the second article, if we're going to hold public hearings, we would include it in the warrant? And then hold the public hearings?
Well, so that's the first
Process.
discussion, is whether to split it into 2 articles.
Okay.
You don't have to, but town council said we do have to notice it.
Okay.
We have to notice it if we split it,
Either.
Either way.
either way.
And the draft can go to the select board for the warrant, because it's not getting signed and printed until, I think, the 17th, right, Andrew? I think it's the 17th. So it gets signed a little bit further down the road, and we would, March.
Yeah, but tomorrow night's meeting is the meeting where we really want to,
Define.
we want to basically have it just be kind of a formality on Tuesday, the 17th, to sign it. So we're hoping to have it be in as final form as possible tomorrow.
And town council said to me today that you have plenty of time to still publicly advertise it, and I'm guessing he's fully aware of the timeline of the
So
warrant.
it sounds like if what the planning board want to do is to have two different articles, you could just split it up, send it to Mark, to have two different articles, and then that's the way the warrant will be, the draft that we'll see tomorrow, and then that's what we'll,
But it could be one, too. You need the legal ad no matter what, because we're affecting 174-9. So whether it's one article or two, the public needs to have the opportunity to be
I
aware,
understand, yeah.
right? So the question, I think, is if the earliest we can have a public hearing for the second part of, for this 174-9 impact is the 30th of March. But town council didn't seem to have a problem with that. I'm hoping he understood that, it's going to be in the warrant prior to but it's the town meeting date that is the important date, because regardless of what's in the warrant, it can be amended, et cetera, I'm guessing.
So maybe you can ask a process question. So the question, irregardless of all the other things and comments we may have on the IP article itself, the question you're asking us is, do we think it should be in one or two articles?
That's the first question. The
Okay.
second question is, can we make a 30th meeting?
Yeah.
We'll make it
For a
work.
hearing.
We'll make it work, So I think it will become very confusing if you put it in two articles. And I think there's a greater chance of it being shot down instead of all being in one, where it really should be. That's just my 2 cents. I don't know, Alan?
I was a little bit split until Karina said something that if, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Karina, I'm trying to paraphrase how I understood
It's
it.
okay, I'll correct you if I.
Is that there's a chance to potentially, if there's confusion about, if they're together and there's confusion about what is or isn't in a data center, and if that is viewed poorly and the whole article is shut down, then we lose whatever momentum we've gained about changing what's in the industrial park. Is that right?
But amendments can happen on the floor no matter what, which could change everything. So you can't put all your eggs in one, it doesn't matter, really.
Okay.
It's just, I wanted to get some different,
Yep.
viewpoints of my experience.
Okay. I can understand what Lisa's saying, but my
I'm wondering.
visceral reaction to what you were saying is we've made great strides to change how IP is defined. And if all that could be subject to someone saying, wait, how big is a data center? No. And then,
But someone can amend it on the floor.
right, yeah, now I get that.
If
but-
one big warrant article say, I want to amend it by taking out that use, because if it's not listed, it's technically prohibited in the code.
But it's not.
But it really isn't, right?
So let me ask something you said. So if we do it in two articles and the second article fails, then we've opened the door based on what's in the first article to no restrictions, basically, no setbacks, no,
Well, it would
Well,
be the IP.
The basic language for special permit, but not
Not-
all the guardrails
Yeah.
that we have there.
that's my fear.
Yeah.
Is if we split it in two and one passes and one doesn't pass, we've now opened a door. I mean,
It would default to the IP setbacks that are standard there now for
yeah.
any IP use.
Or do we just take the data center piece out for now, get the uses passed, and come back in the fall with the data center piece? I think the data center is going to merit some discussion with people. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could someone
Yeah.
amend it on the floor and add it, though? If it's not in there, someone could say,
Agreed.
but that's not in the, because it would be in the four corners once we advertise that 174. Well, it would be because it's an added use. It would be in the four corners of the legal ad, anyway.
So just correct me, because I've got a little confused with all the versions, but didn't town council already make a version for us where he just pulled it out separate?
Yes.
So it's already ready to go. It's not that we
So
would
he
have to
pulled
bring it to
out,
the full.
he pulled out the special permit separate, but the use is still under the IP.
Mhm.
Yeah, and there's some other things, the little number fixes were still left in the second warrant article that relate to IP and not data centers specifically. Just some minor corrections. So I just want to also say that Marnie had, when I was talking to Marnie about this, because she can't be here tonight, initially, when we talked about it, we thought 2 warrant articles, because of the fact that we thought, oh, you might lose all the IP uses as well. But that was not as full of discussion as is happening.
Can we add a separate warrant article for the special permit, but add also in that 174.8.6, just that use data center? So that would go with the special permit? So so if there's an issue with data centers, the IP uses would pass, and then the data center would be a whole separate conversation. So you wouldn't have the special permit fail and then still have data centers
Yep.
in the IP.
So we're making it potentially cleanly severable.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's great.
And that's because so my understanding is that the data centers are allowed right now. They're partly covered by Dover, correct?
So, no,
No?
that's the battery
that's
energy
battery.
storage
Okay,
systems.
so they're allowed, and they're going to zoning board of appeals right now?
Well, so, I don't know. We don't have an allowed use for data centers, but we have data centers. So they were coming in under some other umbrella that is not coming before any board.
I think it makes sense what you're saying, Mimi, what you just said.
Okay. Any other comments on, the other thing was the underground garage.
Yeah.
And I think Marnie made a good point that I didn't think of.
So while I appreciate the thought behind adding that, I agree that, I think at this point, we should definitely hold off on that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
I
Marnie's
agree with
email
that.
made complete sense that we
Yeah.
just got tonight.
Any other comments on that? Okay.
So I would remove that,
Yeah,
that piece of it.
just that piece, yeah.
And then also, and Marnie's back tomorrow, so I can brief with her on this, debrief, and then explain the approach of taking the data center use out of the first warrant article piece and lumping it into the second warrant article. And then you don't need a statement about, if this doesn't pass, you take that use out. It's clear cut. This is the IP, and then the second warrant article would have the use defined for that
To
section.
add it to the IP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And regardless, we still have to do the legal ad
Yeah.
because of the special permit piece.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Oh, and the other thing was town council's comment on noise, vibration, odor. And I get his point, it's difficult to enforce, but I kind of like having those kind of standards set there.
Yeah.
I think Marnie grabbed this from like other towns and stuff. I thought it was nicely written. I mean, you have 2 different options. You could say, audible at the property line, or you could say how many decibels. And so this topic came up when the noise bylaw was being considered, and for residential noise, they kind of cited on, residents aren't going to have any kind of meter to start, measuring, noise at the property line. But this is IP. So what this does is it puts, I think, the businesses on notice, basically, that, these are the standards that we would like to have within our community. So I like them. I can tell you, many know that from personal use, to go out and get, noise monitoring and hire a noise or sound engineer is a $10,000 thing. You don't just have you can't really just use your phone. That's not, it does measure noise, I think, but it's not, like valid. So I think this is really kind of a nice balance between, basically stating up front what we think the performance standard should be. So I would prefer to keep it.
I as well.
I respectfully disagree with my planning board members. I get the intent, right? We don't want something that stinks, and we don't want something that's loud. Totally get it. As it's written, it's really hard to practically enforce. There actually are near professional grade free applications for measuring sound. I have one on my phone myself. But like, it's hard to like, how are we going to define what odor is?
To do what?
How are we going to define what odor is? And what's an offensive odor? And what amount of odor is odorous, right? I know if I smell it and it stinks, I get it. But that's very subjective.
So Shrewsbury is going through something like that right now because there's some kind of a facility that's constantly making some kind of odor, and I can't remember what type of odor, but somebody in our town actually lives in Shrewsbury and told me. So, I think what it does is it sets forward a process to say, okay, this isn't allowable. So if a resident comes forward and in that case in Shrewsbury, multiple residents, that there's some kind of a process. The process isn't going to be clearly defined here. But the thing about your noise, decibel rating or something is also very interesting. I think, even since the noise bylaw was passed, that's like kind of new and improved. So if you have that saved on your phone and you go to the police, what will they do with it? The first line of, where do you go? You're going to go to the police. If it's a standing noise, which is constant vibration, like you got a parked truck, a refrigerator truck, I think that the businesses should be on the hook to measure that noise and make sure that it's not audible beyond the property line.
Yeah, again, I'm not arguing about noise. It's just that there's no specificity. Like, what, is it with any one person complains? If one person complains, it's only noisy at night? If, like, it's a little bit too loose. I agree. If I live next to it and it's noisy, I wouldn't like it either. But it's just so hard to defend how it's there. And council even said it as well.
There's a state regulation. I don't want to interrupt, but there's a state.
Jack, can you come up to the mic? Sorry. Sorry.
John Bartolini, 4 Wyeth Circle. There is a state regulation on noise, and it's the median ambient. And a lot of what happens is it happens at the property line, and you cannot be 10 more decibels over than what is already at your line. And they measure it over a period of about 3 years. There are a lot of companies that do it. Both noise, odor, all that stuff falls under air pollution. I don't know that much about odor, but I do know that Southborough had a big problem with Henry's Frozen Foods back 30, 40 years ago.
They weren't frozen?
With the freezer trucks running all night long.
Oh,
And it would echo down Valley Road.
yeah.
And
Ken's.
Yes, I remember this coming up with Ken's.
so they spent nights and nights and nights, and finally they moved out of town. But I just went through this because Metro West Regional Emergency Call Center, which Southborough is part of, was violating the noise bylaw. And
Okay.
so, they had somebody do it. So you're within 10, and it usually comes up fairly close to what you got, 60 to 50.
Yeah, if there's something that's measurable that we can point to, a state regulation, that's great.
Well, there's companies that measure it.
Right.
They do it all the time. The odor is a lot bigger of a deal.
So it says established by Mass DEP.
Right. DEP has it. 310 or something?
Thresholds established by Mass DEP, so there's something there.
Something's better than nothing.
But smell is a lot worse than listening to it.
So I think those were the changes. Anything else from the board?
Mimi, Marnie had another change she wanted the board to entertain, while we're talking about Marnie. Changing the 50 feet to 500 feet. And it's in her latest draft as well of the bylaw. She made a note. Under prohibited uses, maybe? Is that where it's at? Yeah, prohibited uses. Development standards. The minimum is 50 feet, and she wanted us to consider when abutting residents in conservation districts, that it be 500 feet. And she put it in the email, too. I just want to make sure that before we each ask questions, that we make sure that Marnie's concerns were addressed.
I like that.
Except for what would that do to the IP? Would that substantially limit it.
So it's only if there's resident, let me see how she wrote it. It's if it's if that parcel abuts conservation or residential?
That's what
Yeah.
she said, should we
But that's
consider?
what, all the IP abuts residential. That I'll have to think of more. Anyone else? Mr. Litt?
Tim Litt, Woodland Road. Not to throw a monkey wrench in this, but I'm going to repeat the comments I made when the highway major retail, Costco thing came up. Splitting one purpose into two articles is almost always a bad idea, and I think it's a bad idea this time as well. I think you may be being a little bit conservative in assuming that there's going to be a major upset over data centers. We don't have this type of data center today. There's none on the horizon, and this is saying that they're not desirable for the town without an awful lot of review. So I think it's important that it be presented clearly and explained clearly. That said, if you insist on doing the wrong thing and, and splitting it into two, my suggestion would be to have the first article insert the definition. That way, if it passes, the second one has a reference to it, and if it doesn't, you amend the second one to remove the reference. So, I mean,
Say that again?
just invert it. So you have the first of the pair would insert the definition of data center.
Oh, in the
It's
special
harmless to
permit?
strand a definition. It's not harmless to strand a reference.
Okay.
Right, so that gives you, if you're correct, and I don't think you are, that data centers are controversial, suppose data centers, we don't want to talk about them today, then all you have to do is remove the reference by amendment. Whereas the other way around, you lose all of the work that's been put into the other changes in the IP district. Again, I'm not encouraging you to do two articles. I'm strongly discouraging you from doing that. But if you insist on doing it, do it in the other order.
Okay.
Fair amount of thought was put into defining, data centers and distinguishing them from what's currently allowed, which is data processing. And, anyone with any technical background, or for that matter, any attorney, who wanted to put in a data center and saw data processing would say, what these data centers do is essentially data processing, so there you go, allowed by right. So, I don't see the point in chickening out and saying, let's be afraid of some backlash. I mean, no one has come to any of these hearings and said, no, we don't want this kind of protection. And I think it is protection for the
Right.
town.
Correct.
And presented that way, I don't know why anyone in the town would succeed in opposing it. So that's my 4 cents.
Thank you.
That's 4 cents because there are two different articles, or? I'm sorry.
No, one article.
It's because of inflation.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I don't know if now's an appropriate time. I had just been reading the article and had a bunch of questions about it. And the context for it is we're going to discuss it at our select board meeting tomorrow night. And a lot of these are really detailed, so I don't know if you are able to put the current language on the screen, because there's some.
Colleen, could you put the most recent industrial park bylaw up on the screen, please?
Sure.
the version that I'm looking at was the one that was, it's in our select board packet, so this is the version of the warrant that's marked on March 6th. So I think that would have been Friday.
The red line from town council?
No.
Not that, before that, right? I have them all right here.
Well, so if it's gonna take some time to find the Word version to put up on the screen, then I maybe just go to some other comments while you're
Okay.
trying to get that.
Did you hear me, Colleen?
Yes, I was
Oh, okay.
looking for it.
There we go.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
So, all right, if you go to the next page here.
Next page, Colleen?
Yeah. So you get to, there's section C.
Permitted uses up to 50,000 square feet.
Yep.
Yep.
And then there's numbers under that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's one, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you get to 6, which is small clean energy infrastructure. Okay,
Correct.
all right, good. Because in the version that I had, you see that the A through F indentation, it was, like, the indentation was not, it was to the left of where it says 6, so that looks better. Just one second. And then, so I think that deals with my concern, the one indentation error I saw there that was confusing to me.
So this is the 3.9 version.
Okay.
This is the most current version we have. I'm wondering if it's not that much different because this 3.6 version may have been,
This looks better. This looks better than what I've got in front of me.
yeah. It all depends when Mark put this in. Because it does say 3.6
Okay,
revised.
and then if you go up to the top, and this question has to do with the data centers issue that you were just discussing. Okay, so it says there to, if you stop there. Okay, so why does it say, to see if the town will vote to replace 174.9.32A, referencing the, what is, I get the part that says to see if the town will vote to delete 174-8.6 Industrial Park District and replace it with the following, because that's just entirely striking the existing zoning bylaw and inserting this whole new one, right? But what is that part that, the first part of that, to see if the town will vote to replace 174.9.32A?
Those are the two fixes because the numbering changed on, so when data centers was added to the IP as a use, it became number 13, right? So
I don't have
in
that.
174-9J,
Yeah.
2, right? If you look under special permits, it references back to the IP district, the uses. And what's in town code right now refers to it as number 15. So it says referencing the industrial park as identified as number 15, but it's really getting, when we updated it, it's changing to 11. In this version, that reference had the wrong numbering, because when we added uses, the numbering changed in the proposed list of uses. So if, Colleen, can you go to the town code, section 174-9? This will really help if you see the existing code. town code, the actual town code, Colleen.
I am, I just don't want you guys to watch me search.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyway, yeah.
Because what I see, 174-9J,
Yep.
as right now, is medical marijuana. It's the part of the,
Right. And then under C, it references back to industrial park, 174, 8.6, like 15 or something.
J2. Yep.
Find it right here.
okay.
So under industrial park, the new one, it won't be 8.615, it will be 8.611.
Colleen, go to special permits, 174.9, if you could. That's it. Now go to J, go all the way down to letter J. Okay, now slow
All right,
down.
I'm looking at it there.
Okay, and if you go to J2, keep going, you're on number 1. There's 2 and A right there, okay? So this references the Board of Appeals.
So that reference 1748.6. Where'd we go?
There we go.
We're lost.
Go back to J, Colleen.
I'm sorry, there we go.
J.
You gotta go to 174, yeah, no, 174-9. You're in 174.10.
I'm sorry, I'm floating around.
All right, so is but is the idea that the,
Just the number changed.
Yeah.
The reference number to the use. It was one number, but the use
Oh.
number changed.
okay, I get it.
You see what I'm saying?
I get it now.
This is why zoning's never easy.
All right. So then,
That has to go with the IP uses
Okay.
regardless.
and then the part of the end of the bylaw has the, adds this, really makes an amendment to 174-9, not to add the data centers, not, so do you have something that says, shouldn't it say, to see if the town will vote to amend section 174-9 to add a new section K? And I don't know if that's in the version that you have.
So that's the question, whether to split them or do them all in one.
But I think you could have one article that just has, you just need a preface in there
Right.
that says that, because right now, because I read it, and I'm reading all this stuff about
I don't have that in this one.
174-8.6, and then I got to special permit requirements, and it just made no sense, because it didn't.
There was no opening
Yeah,
kind of
so
motion.
if you could bring up the new version you have, I can see, if you quickly go to that, I can see if it's been addressed.
So there was a couple flaws. In the initial motion, we should have referenced the 174-9K, adding the data center, okay? We only referenced all the IP uses. So the very top of the article, when
Does it say that now, that it's
we're
amending?
going to, no, we have two versions, right? I'll
Okay,
tell you.
so that'll be, in the version that's sent tomorrow, that'll be,
Fixed.
all right. Yeah, I just think you need to say something like, to see if the town will vote to amend section 174-9 to add this new section K.
Yes, if you go with two warrant articles, then the top of the second warrant article has to say,
Well, he was saying even if it's one, there should be some introduction.
Yeah,
Yeah, either way.
Yeah.
It's either going to be at the very beginning or saying that this is the part that's getting added.
okay.
Yeah.
So then another thing I was doing, I was comparing the uses that are in the existing
Mhm.
bylaw and just trying to map it up to what's in the new bylaw. And it looked like there were some uses which are dropping, are no longer. So I think it would be helpful for town meeting if you could put together just a simple table, right? That shows, by section, the uses that are permitted in the current IP district.
I
Oh,
was going to
okay.
say, yeah.
All right, good. And then it would show, like, are they being discontinued, or they are now chained from,
Newspaper
Night
printing?
watchman.
okay, but what bank? I was looking for that. Is bank now gone?
No, it's
No.
under office, I think.
Oh, I didn't see it there. It says, I see office as use permitted by right up to 50,000 square feet. So it used to be that a bank was one of the uses. I mean, I just don't seem like that would be an appropriate use. I don't know why you would, if there was some thought that went into why.
Oh,
I don't
maybe.
see it.
I don't see it either.
Yeah.
So I would just add that to office.
Yeah, it's,
Yep, I don't see it.
yeah, and currently, the current bylaw says B5, office, comma, bank, comma, office building. So office and office building are in there, but I didn't see bank. Mobile homes, there currently are no mobile homes in the industrial park districts. I don't think it affected, but it looked like that was one of the uses that was taken out. And then scientific research and development is one of the categories in the, so B4, it allows up to 50,000 square feet, scientific research and development, including manufacturing, instruction, and other activities, blah, blah, blah. I would think that we would want to keep something like that, light manufacturing. And I don't know if that's included in the,
There is light manufacturing, Andrew, further within.
I see light manufacturing there, yeah.
Yep. Under, I'm just trying to get to it, sorry. Under uses by right up to 50, C. Uses permitted by right up to 50,000 square feet. And if you go through those, number 10 is light manufacturing.
What was the other one? Andrew, the scientific research and development did end up under laboratories, 6. And it was a little more fleshed out to include kind of like more of a biotech kind of use.
Where is this scientific research and development?
What letter, Debbie? Letter.
Uses requiring a special permit,
Okay, all right.
D6.
Yep.
Yeah, just
Yep.
folded in there.
Yep.
Well, it sounds like in the presentation, there's going to be a map that shows this, so that's going to be very helpful. So then the only one that I didn't see, that looked like it was deleted, was bank.
Yeah, that was inadvertent, I think. That's
Okay.
a good catch, Andrew.
That's a good catch.
And then my next question is, I know that your practice has been to hold the public hearing open until, but, and this affects whether select board, we try to take a vote on this tomorrow or the following meeting, the 17th. I think we could still do it then, or to just take the vote at town meeting. Do you anticipate that you'd actually make changes after it's in the printed warrant? Because,
I hope not.
okay, I would think, all right.
That's like the last thing I want to do.
Okay, so in other words, do you think that tonight this is to try to finalize it?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, my main takeaway from this is there's an updated version, which is in a lot cleaner version than the one that we've got in our packet. So Karina, if you could forward that, make sure that you send that to Mark,
Yep.
you know, early tomorrow morning or even just as
Well,
we're leaving tonight, that'll.
This is my plan. Marnie is back in town tomorrow. I've been talking to her while she's on vacation, and she's the one who drafted a decent portion of this, right? So I'm going to debrief her on this tomorrow, and she will probably make the changes very quickly and get it right back to me, because she made changes today already and sent them back. And I'll get it to you tomorrow, hopefully before noon.
Okay.
So would a bank be retail establishments and customer services include sale of goods or provisions of services directly to public?
I don't know, I was just observing that it was, not like the existing bylaw is really particularly well drafted in parts.
Well, it was in 1986.
Well, even just, you know, one of the things I was reading, that there's a category that says uses permitted up to 50,000 square feet, and one of them is office, comma, bank, comma, office building.
Yeah.
That doesn't make a lot of sense, but, so, I don't know, you could, you know, argue that, but I just am observing, it's like bank, that was one specific category that was in there that looks like it's not, and it's up to you. I mean, there aren't currently any banks in the industrial park, but, I mean, if, you know, if Costco comes and then there's a development that's, you know, next to it and they want to put in a small bank branch or something like that, I don't see why that wouldn't be appropriate, so.
No, good point.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's all the questions I've got, but, I mean, looks good, you know, it's certainly more modern, contemporary than this was before, so thanks for undertaking this work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You have to come up to the microphone, because we don't want to miss a word you say. Do you think it comes in under that?
John Bartolini, 4 Wild Circle. Is the intent of this board to go through all of, or just the industrial park, or are you going to go through all, bring up to date down Village Industrial and Business Highway and all that, or are you just going to work on the industrial park?
We're just doing industrial park for town meeting.
No, I understand that, but is it, the question?
I think there was a conversation on industrial.
We said we get to, as a board, a general sentiment was we would like to get to industrial
Next.
next.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to know, just a question.
If you want to write a draft, I'm sure the board would
We'd appreciate that very
entertain it.
much.
Duplexes and draft for you.
I got to do 1 or 2 families, now I got to do this too.
So Mimi, I just have a,
I take your place. I like it on this side.
I have a couple questions before we move forward, but I'll wait till everybody else is done.
Okay.
Sure, just one other question, and this has to do with, under uses requiring a special permit, D6. So,
The laboratories one, Andrew?
laboratories, life science, research and development, commercial manufacturing.
Yes.
It looks like a lot of it, this is really focused on life sciences.
Mhm.
Now, another use that, you know, I'm thinking here about, like what's done in the Amazon facility in Westborough, that's robotics, right? I don't see robotics covered here, and I thought, you know, why not? It would seem like it would be a use that would be appropriate.
Do you think that would fall under laboratories? Is that what that might be
Well,
called?
Or where?
we don't know, because it doesn't say, so you could just clarify it by just adding it.
I like that. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe we can give that to, I personally like that. I don't think we meant to omit that in any way.
Well, indoor facilities for wholesale trade, distribution, and storage of goods and materials? Is that an Amazon facility?
Amazon is a I'm sorry, I can't even say it.
Distribution.
Center. That's what they call it.
Well, I think we might be talking about two different things. One is the use of robotics for movement of goods and services or something like this.
But
But another would be
but
a
that's,
facility that might be building robots.
oh, is that what you're talking about, Mr. Dennington? Is a use to create robots?
Yeah, research.
Ooh, that's
Yeah, I think
scary.
that's what they're doing in Amazon.
I thought that's what,
That's
I don't,
That's
Oh.
normal. That's like in Wilmington,
it's in Wilmington?
somewhere up there, yeah.
Okay, just something to consider.
What'd you say?
There's a different location for that.
Oh, okay. But, I mean, so do you think we should call it out specifically?
Building robots?
Well, I mean, like, if we were to
I'm
get.
afraid of the one that said Stop and Shop. I can't imagine.
I know, me too.
That's what I was thinking. Wouldn't that fall under light manufacturing? I'm looking at that too. Which includes the use of innovative technologies to create existing and new products, which may include production activities that depend upon information, automation,
Yeah.
computation, software servicing, and networking. I think that more than covers, I think.
Can we add the word robotics to that?
Do we need to add the
I
word
don't know that we
robotics
need to. I think it's pretty
I just
broad.
think there's, like, I know that some of these words from a long time ago, like night watchman, was like a modern term and it's antiquated, but like bank is still a modern term and robotics is a modern term. And I think it might be hard for somebody to kind of flesh that out and say, is that allowed? I don't see it, you know? Do you see it, Mr. Litt?
I don't think you need to do that because this becomes a very long list. And
Yeah.
You've got
agreed.
our infotainment systems, you've got radars, you've got all kinds of things that you do research and development for. So there's nothing special about developing robots. It's different from the data center argument where it's an objectively very different thing from anything we've seen before. And I don't think there's anything particularly, that makes it a particular nuisance or problem to do robotics. So I don't see the point in adding it. I agree with Ms. Bruscio.
Okay. So anything else on this?
Okay, so I just have, somebody brought this up to me today, and I didn't even think about it, is there a place in here, and I don't know if it would go under indoor or outdoor recreation, fitness, cultural, or art facilities? Somebody mentioned to me today, what about like a farmer's market or food trucks or, you know, something along those lines? And I don't know if that would fit in the window of number 5, indoor, it's under C5, indoor, outdoor recreation. I don't know if it would fit within there.
Is that a retail establishment under something 7? Let's see, permitted, B7? So is a food truck a retail establishment? I think it is.
Consumer services, okay. I was just trying to see, again, somebody asked me, and I was trying to figure out where it might fit in.
Debbie, where did you say? Under 7?
Yeah.
B7 by right? Let's, no, wait, hang on.
B7?
C7,
Permitted by right.
Oh, C7.
yeah, I think it's
Oh.
C,
Retail establishments?
yes. Directed to the public. But is a food truck well, I suppose you could consider it a retail establishment.
Provisions of services or sale of goods? Yeah.
Okay, so as long as that was covered, again, somebody asked me about that, and then, looking back, and I don't know if we want to add something about this, but, Freddie had asked me a question, I guess she had mentioned it prior, to exclude something in here for like human warehousing. So, again, I don't know if we want to go there, but I told her that I would bring it up tonight. Whether that could be, I don't know, a jail, you know what I mean? It could be a lot of different things, I suppose.
Detention center.
Yeah, that too, so,
That's, I suspect it was coming from the Wildlife Detention Center,
yeah.
so if there's a.
Do we have a warehouse?
Well, I think there's different uses. So again, I'm just throwing this back out there. She felt very strongly about this, and she couldn't be here tonight, and I said, I'll certainly bring it to the board, and, you know, the board can decide if it's something that they would be willing to entertain in some way, or if it even fits within what's been done. I mean, I don't know if what we have as our allowed uses would allow that anyway,
I don't think so.
but, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know where it would go, but again, I said I would bring it forward and the board could decide what, if anything, they.
If we can't find a logical spot for it, despite taking her point very well,
Yeah.
it's tough for us to sort of honor the request because we wouldn't know where to put it.
I know.
But we could either consider it for a discussion next time or an on-the-floor amendment.
Yeah, because I don't see a warehouse specific use.
I don't either,
If I did,
so-
I would prohibit that, but it's not here.
Okay, so I did what I said I would do, so,
Thank you.
yes, okay, that was it.
You have more 4 cents?
Your fifth penny. Food trucks, food sales, all that are licensed and permitted by the Board of Health. So that's where the town has control over them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Litt. Okay, I got nothing else.
All right.
If that's-
Anyone else?
We have a hand raised.
Okay.
Hey, it's Tim Fling. How you guys doing?
Oh, good.
Tim?
Excellent. I was going to bring up on the noise the noise portion of this. I don't think that we should include it within the article. I think the noise bylaw is stronger, and if we reference the noise bylaw, it covers commercial noise already covered by the Board of Health. So we should, in my mind, leave it in that department and not add anything that would add confusion or take any of the teeth away from the already established Board of Health standards through the stationary and commercial noise details that we added to that. And vibration as the next line is already covered by noise technically. Any noise or sound is a vibration. It just depends if it's in the auditory spectrum of 20 hertz, 20,000 hertz, or if it falls someplace else. So I would kind of just look at what that's trying to accomplish and maybe consider that in a different kind of way. But I think it's mainly just because of like truck idling or some kind of heavy equipment that's doing a lower level oscillation across the ground. But that's kind of a different thing altogether because you wouldn't hear that. You'd feel it.
Tim, it's Debbie. Can I ask you a couple questions? When there was oh my gosh, Heather Elker had been, I don't know if she was on your board or she was just sort of kind of advising. She had included a section that was for what she called industrial noise, but at the very end, either the noise bylaw group or the select board removed it because they thought it was too detailed. And I'm just paraphrasing. My understanding was that maybe, that the noise bylaw wouldn't pass. So my take on the current noise bylaw is it only kind of references, what to do for, like commercial or standing, noise. And this is really, I think, meant to, this is for commercial properties. So it's really, you expect to have trucks, there could be rotting vegetables, there could be smells, there could be noise. I think it's kind of above and beyond what our current noise bylaw can handle. We've been thinking about tackling this section by, not in the IP, I understand you're wanting to take it out of this section, but I've been personally looking at other towns that have nuisance laws and things like this more in the general bylaws, where, they're sort of a little bit more directly addressed, so that if it's, so the person knows what their rights are, that they have a right to be in their backyard and enjoy, their, hanging out with their family and not have to worry about, chronic noise. And I don't mean to pick on trucks or anything, I know a little bit about that right now, but, there's also like HVAC and other things, and I don't really personally think it's covered. There had been a nice section that Heather wrote in collaboration with the Board of Health, and it was removed. And then, as you remember, the Board of Health did then pass a noise policy, but that doesn't also direct industrial noise directly either. But it gives a framework for what to do if a person is hearing industrial noise. But that's not a bylaw, though, it's a policy.
If I recall, and it's been a couple of years now, so I'm a little muddy on this, on the full piece, but I believe it's covered by the state. So our solution was to let the state standard take over, which covered everything that was going on with the Ken's Food property and the industrial noise there going past the line and what the HVAC equipment was doing, as well as the truck idling. I believe it's covered already, and it's not necessary for us to cover it again. But I would have to remind myself of all these independent conversations along the way that we had on this. But if I recall this piece, number one, the police department does not have noise meters. They would have to get them and calibrate them to even be able to upkeep this. I believe the Board of Health has one that they keep calibrated that they could use for this purpose, and then the study would come in. But the commercial side of it is covered by the state, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned it and brought it up, because in the future, I think we're trying to add more language into our, I've been asking to add language into decisions and things like that. The issue is, I think, who pays for it. So you're absolutely right. As a resident, I paid for it. The commercial business didn't pay for it. So to be 100% honest, residents shouldn't have to pay for commercial noise. So I see that we really have to have something here to protect residents, because this is in the, it gets expensive to hire a sound engineer. And even, complaining to the state or complaining to the police or complaining to the building inspector, they really don't know what to do. So these are getting referred to, any sort of standing noise. And occasionally I do a search on this, probably on records requests, just to see, are there complaints, for example, within town, and they do pop up occasionally. But my big takeaway, I think, is that I don't think a resident should have to spend $10,000 to get a sound engineer. And so I think the commercial, property should be aware that it's just it's a zero tolerance, is what this is. I understand. If there's some wording that you like, though, maybe, we could take a look at it. I was looking at town council's comment, and he said, this will be very difficult to enforce, and some other comments like that. It's a difficult standard, he says, and difficult to enforce. So my thought today was to go back to the piece that got taken out of, the bylaw, the noise bylaw. Maybe we can work on that, or I can contact you about that, if you're interested to kind of modify this for this purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to. I think that, and I'd have to go back and reread all the language fully to make sure that it covers it. But I believe the noise bylaw that we passed says any noise beyond the property line that is audible, and it even talks about music being able to be heard and distinguish the sound from it. So I think what we have is almost stronger than a decibel level, because this doesn't even specify in DBA, DBC. Yeah, there's a lot of things to this particular area that I think have the opportunity to sink this if somebody wants to really press the issue.
Okay, thanks. And would you be willing to have us, mention the noise bylaw in this? Like, are you opposed to that, or?
I think that that's fine, because it's already withstanding. So if we just make a reference to that you must comply with the existing noise bylaw within the town, that's fine. That's already on the books. They have to do it anyway, technically. And it makes no harm, no foul for that to be included. And if you would want to reference the state statute, that's what we did as well in the noise bylaw, was we referenced the state statute, because that, is also enforceable.
Yeah.
So this does reference state statutes.
It doesn't give the actual citation. It
No.
says what is it?
DEP, noise
It
regulation.
uses DEP as a definition, which isn't really the state statute. It just says that there's a definition for what decibel means within that. I would think that what you want to reference is the adherence to the stationary, I forget the exact name, I pulled up the bylaw here. The exact industrial, stationary, commercial, and business, which is the state noise standard.
Okay, well, I'd be interested to take a look at that and try to consider some wording that references already existing documents. There is the Board of Health policy as well. I don't know if it's right to reference a policy in a bylaw.
No.
No. So, okay, so, but, state law and our other bylaw that Tim mentioned?
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're trying to, I think you understand, we're trying to establish that, it's held that we won't be, tolerating noisy neighbors, because, and it's trying to get to, as Mimi said, so much of the industrial park is abutting residents. And so we're expanding the use, we have to make sure we have the protections for the residents.
yeah, I mean, we think we called it a good neighbor policy within the noise bylaw. If it's literally, if it's the last one that I have pulled up on my screen here, it's called the good neighbor policy on section 2.1.
Okay, and can you just let me know if there's, the word industrial is even in that noise bylaw? I had this at one point, and I just don't have it at my fingertips right
Yeah,
now.
there's a reference to it in section 3.2, or section 2, item 3, number 2.
Okay, maybe that with some of the wording that we've been using, I think, in our decisions, because in our decisions, we've also been using some wording for, proponents that have, maybe using machinery or overnight noise or something like that. What do you think, Mimi? And of course, Marnie will be back tomorrow, so, we can bring it to
So
her.
I think there's a point to reference the actual statute for those two things, because these are just standards, so people understand what they need to abide by, if we can find out what that actually is.
Yeah.
And can I add too, Mimi? A lot of times over the years, when different things are done, come before planning board, come before ZBA, the first thing I've always done is go to the code.
Correct.
To get some level of guidance.
Right.
If we take this out, I'm Joe taxpayer, and at least in looking at this, whether there's teeth or not, it tells me where I should go. If I have a question on noise or odor or emissions, it gives me an idea that it's governed by limits set by Mass DEP. So, well, I understand the concern. I really think something needs to be there, because I think, again, as citizens, when something goes wrong or something in our neighborhood, the first place I've always gone is to go to the code, and it gave me some point of reference or something. That's just my 2 cents. I think sometimes something is better than nothing, and I understand wanting to get something better in there. I completely understand that. But I just worry with taking this out, because this does abut residential neighborhoods. So that's just a thought.
I have one more thing, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
The other thing I would say is, if we have these as 2 separate items, I would be more supportive of the way that Mr. Litt recommended the wording be an easier transition to follow than maybe any other way. But my preference would probably be to keep them as one, if you guys would consider that, as it might be just easier and less confusing, knowing what we've done, how people get confused on some of the other ones we've done in the past that have had 2 that are coalesced. So I think mentally it might be easier to follow for people if it is one. That's the only other comment that I would have right now.
Thank you. So where did we land on that? 1 or wrong 2?
Tim, could you just explain one more time your approach, you said, to the 2, if you did it? What is this,
Sure.
just in summary?
But first, let me just add that data centers, K2 references the noise bylaw. So I did put that in when I drafted it. The argument for putting the definition in first, in a first article, is that if it passes and the second one doesn't, all you're left with is a stranded definition that doesn't hurt anybody. It's easy to delete the reference to it, by amendment in the second one. If you do it the other way around, you end up with a reference and no definition, and that's kind of ugly. But I'll say again, you really want to do it as one article.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
You know, I don't usually lecture you on things, but this is one
Never.
where I actually feel
Never.
very strongly.
All right. So, one article. Can we do a hearing on the 30th for, just to notice the special permit?
The 30th?
I'm free.
I can make myself free.
I have to look.
Do you want it Zoom only?
Yeah, I think we can just, well,
I
yeah,
can do the
I
evening
think
of the
Zoom
30th.
is fine.
Because the next one can be hybrid again, like you can then continue it to the
The 11th,
11th, yeah.
yeah,
Then that's just in person.
yeah.
Yeah, they can go back.
So Zoom only on the 30th, just to do the special permit?
Yep.
To notice that? Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
So the hearing,
On the 30th, Mimi, are we also going to discuss Marnie's 500-foot setback? Or is that off the table?
So I think the select board wants the articles tomorrow,
Okay,
so,
that's fine.
It's written in the current draft. If you go under the dimensional standards
Right.
on page, if you go to the
She put it in and asked us to decide.
the very last page of the, so it's F4, F3, under minimum setbacks.
Yeah.
Karina, what is it now in IP?
50.
Do we know of businesses that are, I mean, would you think that would be prohibitive to put it at 500?
I think so, because they all abut residential, so that would take up all that
Lot.
part of those lots.
So if you go to F3, the last two bullet items. So there's also the question if you can restrict battery energy storage systems to a 1,000-foot setback.
Well, so town council didn't say anything about
He
that,
didn't,
so I'm
okay.
willing to just go with that.
Okay.
But I think,
What about, instead of a 500, we considered a 100, 150?
I don't know if Marnie took that from another example,
Okay.
right?
Okay, then just, I
Anyone
guess,
can,
leave it as it
that's
is.
just my
and-
thought, because I've been talking to Marnie, but
Yeah, I think I'd asked her something similar. I think it was originally 1,000, and I asked her where she got that, and she said it wasn't something that she read.
for the whole industrial park, 1,000?
No, sorry, I'm sorry, excuse me, that was specifically for data center or.
Yeah.
it
yeah,
was that
data
big document right here called, this one here maybe, Local Guidelines for Data Center Development.
So this,
I can't-
the 500's for the whole, no, I can't find it.
For any new by right use abutting a residential or conservation district. You know, we can just leave it as it is for now, and
Last
again,
page of the IP section.
that's one of the things that if we need to adjust, we can always go back and adjust.
Can I not find this?
It's, what version, are we using the packet
I'm
version?
using what was on my desk.
Okay, so here,
Andrew, do you need to adjourn your meeting, seeing as you have a,
development standards, 1, 2,
Okay.
3.
because Tim's on Zoom.
So those are the regular IP, and then she had these two.
Okay.
Right above the.
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure before you leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so I don't have them.
Version before, when she just did Bob Buckley's, this is gonna be 38. It's the 3.9 version.
All right, so should we, what are we doing with this?
I'll go with what everybody else wants to do. How's that?
So right now, we're just talking about the 500 feet versus some other value?
50, yeah, it's
Yeah.
currently at 50.
Let me see.
I mean, 50 isn't a lot if you're going to get
Right.
a big building that's going to come in right,
True.
you know what I mean?
My concern about 500 is
It might be too much.
if you take a site and you put a 500-foot envelope around the whole thing, you've really compressed about
Oh,
what
yeah.
has to go in there.
Agreed,
So I agree that 50 is probably too small. I think 500 is too big.
agreed.
How about
I
100?
was thinking 100 to 150, but 100 I would be fine with. It's double what we were initially asking. That's
Yeah.
something.
So that's on all sides? Is that how she meant that?
Yes, it's a
Yes,
setback all around.
setback,
Setback for all sides?
Well, anything abutting a residential or
Right.
conservation.
just from the residential piece.
Residential, yep, thank you for clarifying.
Except
Yeah.
for BESS.
I support 100.
I could.
Okay, so 100. All right, are we ready to move on from this?
Oh, good Lord, yes.
There's no one else with any questions online? I
Okay,
don't See
can I
any
make a
other
motion?
hands?
Nobody?
Okay.
Make a motion to extend the public hearing for Industrial Park District expanded uses to March 23rd, 2026 at 6:45.
I think we want to, you probably want to talk about it on the 30th. Oh, the 23rd is before
Before,
that?
yeah.
23rd 's
Yeah, yeah,
before
oh,
that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
You're right.
Second.
Oh, this is gone. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Russia, yes.
Belniak, yes?
And do you want to pull up the MCOD table correction in the SHOP, the Affordable Housing Trust, because those are quickies?
So can I just make a suggestion?
Sure.
I was going to say yes to that, but I think these people came from New Hampshire.
Okay.
So they were here for 22 Turnpike? Is that correct, the golf? I mean,
Okay,
quick sometimes isn't quick. I would just,
all right.
seeing as the select board chair left anyway, so I know Marguerite's still here. Thank you, Marguerite, for sticking around. But just a suggestion where they waited. and
All right,
it's
very good.
30.
So the next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 22 Turnpike Road, Golf Road, Golf Range modification to major site plan approval. Karina, can you kick us off?
Yes, thanks. 22, right, you said? 22 Turnpike?
22 Turnpike?
Yes, that's what we're doing?
Yes.
Sorry, because I was trying to put this back. Wasn't focused. Okay. Pull that up. Okay, this is a public hearing notice. Modification to major site plan approval, 22 Turnpike Road, map 39, lot 29. The Southborough Planning Board shall hold a public hearing on Monday, March 9th at 7 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor, Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass., and via Zoom to consider the application of Southborough Golf Realty Holding LLC for the property located at 22 Turnpike Road for a modification to major site plan approval per Town Code 174-10. This hearing is in regard to a 1,884 square foot golf shed expansion along with past site modifications that happened in 2005, 2006 through building permits. The 18.24 acre site is located in the residential A zoning district. A copy of the application and plans may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or on the planning board agenda center at www.southboroughma/agendacenter/planning-board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually at the following link, www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meetings, Mimi Luchel, Southborough Planning Board. And to give you a quick rundown, we received Submission 1 of this application on February 2nd. We provided it to Niche Engineering for peer review, town consultant peer review. It was provided to Niche on the 19th of February. Let's see. Filed it with the town clerk on February 13th. The legal ad was posted on February 23rd and March 2nd as required. Towns and agencies were sent also the legal ad. Submission 1 was provided to the planning board and distributed to the town departments. We have we received green cards and white mailing receipts on March 5th, the Thursday before the hearing, and then also to let you know that Niche has scheduled a site visit with Peter Bemis for next, when did I say? March 12th, this Thursday, to view the site so they can orient themselves. Enough snow has melted to see what's really there and confirm the plans. And then they'll be providing a peer review after that. And they'll be comparing the original site plan to conservation plans that were received in an amendment, and then also the existing conditions plan that were currently provided, and anything that was proposed changed on that as well.
Okay.
So it'll be comprehensive. And that brings us to tonight.
Is this the opening of the public?
This is the open.
Did you read this?
I did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Really
Getting
fast.
tired.
That's okay.
Welcome, Mr. Bemis.
Yeah, good evening. So on behalf of Southborough Golf Realty Holding LLC, we've submitted to you a modification of approved site plan. And the focus is basically about, well, it's an 18-acre site, over 18 acres, and we've got about a 1% change over the 18 acres. The proposal was basically to add on to the golf shed. So that's shown in the highlighted area pink. It's kind of in this central portion of the site plan there. You can see the long rectangular building. And the addition is going on the south side with a small walking area towards the back that will be enclosed. So that represents 1,884 square feet. What we also are capturing with this is the 2005-2006 building permit that was granted and occupancy permit issued for that small building in the back. That's 864 square feet. And that area in the back displaced some T areas. So that was within the area that was permitted for the activity. When we originally approved this, we put a crushed stone access between that area and that area where the shed is in the back. And there were driving tees off of that were to be paved. They paved all of it. So we captured that. It's about 4,670 square feet of pavement. And then these previous the first activity with the addition to the building is Southborough Golf Holdings proposal. The driving learning shed in the back, that was done by PLB LLC, the prior owner. And the paving was done by PLB LLC. The other thing that Southborough Golf Holding did was in the summer of '25, they put pavers in on a patio that was in the back when Colleen's done. Colleen, can we have the picture back again?
You know, you're going through your email.
Yeah, Colleen.
No, I know, I just got an email and I went to read it, popped up, sorry.
It's all right.
There's somebody looking to be, no,
It's all right.
that's what we want.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry about
So this is
that.
at the back of the building, so this would be the one most furthest to the north. So that's the pink space that's there, the magenta space.
Right.
So that was.
Say that again, Peter?
Right
Yep,
there.
so it's a
Yeah.
gathering area right behind the building. That's 1,180 square feet. So to offset those impervious areas, what we've done is a new drainage calculation and put in new mitigation, collecting all of this surface area where we can, and putting it back into the ground for treatment. So that is what this site plan essentially does over 7 sheets, documents these changes, documents the impervious area, defines these prior approvals. We provided you with the documents from the prior approvals for your ready reference, and we do have the peer review pending for Thursday. I believe that they would find everything in order, but, you know, we obviously would await their commentary and be prepared to address that at your next meeting if they have their report done in time, and otherwise, we're not backed up to a deadline for decision. But I would like to keep the process moving if we can. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Specifically, I've given you the areas, and you know, Southborough Golf Holding has owned the property now for a little over a year and a half, I think, was when the transaction happened. It was at the end of '24.
Do they own the driveway parcel up?
Yep, so they basically own 18 acres, which
They
is
bought
that
that
entire
too?
piece.
It's
Yep,
still a separate,
No, that was, the assessor's records didn't update that. I talked to them about that, and they were supposed to just get that in, that was part of the transaction.
Yeah, it is in the deed. That was my first question.
Yeah. it's in
Check
the
that
deed.
off.
That's right, that's right.
so they
The
own.
abutters list, I made sure that they covered that whole zone.
Yeah, so for some reason, the assessors didn't pick that up and show it as a separate lot
Yeah, they didn't,
under PLB.
right. They did transfer that, though.
Yeah, it's in the deed, but it's just concerning because that's their frontage.
That's right, you couldn't do it without it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll find that the plans that we've done document that, you know, when that shows the locust coming all the way down in that, if Colleen could pan down a little bit lower, you'll see that it does neck all the way down to the street. It's on the first sheet, Colleen, at the top right.
Did you say the first sheet?
The first
Yeah.
sheet, yeah, sheet 1.
Just to
You're on
show
2
Route
right
9.
now. Yep, just go one more. There you go.
Sheet 1, Colleen.
Yep, you're on sheet 2 still.
Oh, I'm sorry, there we go.
There you go, see the upper right, so it's showing the entire locust.
Yeah.
And then that's shown in multiple pieces, there's a match line
Yeah.
for the remainder of the lot. We did also include the architectural floor plan and the framing details for this. Those are sheets 6 and 7.
Thank
So
you
happy
very
to
much.
answer any questions, thank you.
Ms. DeMaria.
Hi, Peter, welcome. Thank you for bringing us up to date on, you know, with the history of what's happened over the years. So the only addition then is to the driving shed, this small piece
Right, that's the
behind the
new
driving.
structure, yeah. That's the new structure. Everything else is pretty much there, but not documented properly. So this is an attempt to capture
Yeah.
these things that probably should have gone through a process. In the case of that small shed in the back, it did get a building permit. When I did see it, it looked like it was processed by Peter Johnson, and the occupancy was signed by Peter Johnson. So it was done, but someone made a decision that it did not. I mean, back then, we had minor site plan review. And I'd have to say that even this project originally was approved as minor site plan review, if I remember right, in 2003.
But it was elevated to the planning board.
That's
It
right,
wasn't the
that's right.
site
The
plan
the
review.
committee did elevate it to the planning board, that's right.
So just to clarify, when the building permit surfaced for extending the canopy shed over the additional golf tees that they wanted to cover, in looking at the plans, I became aware of the shed in the bottom corner here, and that shed was permitted as a shed.
The educational one down on the south
The
side?
It's
golf
now
learning center.
educational.
Yeah.
So at some point, they transitioned it, and I think it was close probably to when it was slightly after it was built or something. I don't know when they transitioned it. It became a training studio, which is a
An additional use.
additional use or an expansion of use of the golf facility. So they had the tees all along here, and now they had a training studio in here. So that, in addition to then, there were drainage changes and some other, that patio is built already?
That's right.
Yeah, so there were some other things that triggered me to opine that, that in order to sign off on this structure, which is, the extension of the shed was basically a building permit, and it wouldn't have triggered anything else, and I would have been able to sign off on it. But we wanted this stuff mitigated, the changes on the site that took place. So we did the major site plan because of the level of changes.
Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. Hi, Peter. Nice to see you. Just a couple things. I mean, obviously, it's frustrating to look back at the building permit from 2006. It's not this applicant's issue. I get that, but it just, it's a little frustrating. So one question I have for you is, on the original plan, it shows a tree line. I'm assuming that tree line with the additions that have been done today is still correct? They were maintaining, what does it say, maintain existing tree line. I'm assuming that's still there. It's hard to tell from the one picture.
Right, this is the tree line based upon current conditions, because we did that as part of our
Okay.
Closure of the notice of intent process with the Conservation Commission.
Okay, so no trees were taken down for the existing shed or for the patio?
Correct, no,
Okay.
that is, the tree line has been maintained.
And just to clarify, there's also a retaining wall added here.
A retaining wall added.
Isn't there a retaining wall in the back right here somewhere?
No,
Shallow retaining wall?
no,
Am I confusing that with something else?
no. There's going to, they had to put
I am?
support for the building, though, I mean, because they're
Oh, maybe I
walking
am.
inside the building.
Okay, sorry. I think that's another project, maybe 154 Turnpike.
Okay.
I thought I saw a retaining wall here on the original plan or one of the new plans, or the architectural gave a drainage plan in the building permit.
Okay,
I could be wrong. I'll check anyway, I'll look.
okay,
It'll come up in the site inspection anyway.
all right.
But if you say it's not there,
No, I don't believe so.
And Peter,
Sorry.
just to verify that they're putting in a new stormwater management system?
Right, yeah, because we didn't do an inspection, and so I basically had said to Mr. Hightower, look, I'm sorry, but, you're going to have to do this as if there's nothing there. So that's what we're doing.
Okay. So I guess that's all I have for the moment. I know I wrote down some other notes, but may not have brought them, so thank you, Peter.
Mr. Belknap?
Thanks for coming in, Peter. My overall understanding is that the bulk of this work you're doing is just to update the site and bring it into compliance because of the previous transgressions, and that the work that's being proposed is minor and it's really in kind with the rest of the site.
Yeah, basically, I mean, this is a good use for this site. This used to be a runway.
Yep.
Actually, I have the dubious distinction of eliminating 2 runways in town. I'm kind of glad
No,
that
we have
happened.
so
There's
many
only one more
runways.
left. One more private runway left. But, yeah, if you went back and you look back at the history of this, it was a pretty rough site back there. This was a good use, and this recreational use is caught on.
Yep.
He's doing quite well, and he's making a good investment in the town.
Okay.
So this is going to platform for him to look at this in the future to hopefully make more investment.
I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So you answered my first question about the assessor, so you
Mhm.
spoke to
I did.
Mr. Sabelli. So is it the same lighting? Are you adding any lighting?
I believe this to be exactly the lighting that we had done that was there, yes. It's
So the,
no change, because they were the sport lights, and we provided you with a photometric, and the poles are pretty darn close to where they were proposed to be. We showed them all. So, yeah,
so the photometric doesn't zero out?
zero out.
Like usually it goes to 0.0?
This is how we did it then. I provided you with what I had. I'm sorry, I've got nothing in addition.
That's the original approved photometric plan?
That's right,
With the site plan?
that's right. Yeah, we're not modifying anything, it's just how we did it.
So I can't see whether there's light trespass or not, because it just
I'm not
stops.
going to suggest that there isn't or there is. I mean, those sport lights that they, at the same time, the sport lights were going down at the ball field down the
Yeah, the
street.
worst things I've ever seen in my life.
I know, and we were all following a similar format in 2004 timeline, if you will. That's how it was done and approved. That's what we were asked to do. I know what your expectations are today.
So well, today you can't trespass, and the previous 2005 you couldn't trespass.
I'm not sure about 2005.
I'm sure I pulled out an old zoning
Okay.
code.
Well, when we originally, submitted this for approval and we permitted this, that was the plan that was approved, be it right, wrong, or indifferent. And I'm not looking to modify anything.
So there's no additional lighting in the patio area there in the dark?
No, I'm just saying that's, what's there today is what's there, and we've shown.
So on the photometric, it shows that there's no light at the patio area.
There are likely some incidental lights on this building that I am not aware of. When we permitted this, I'm showing you all the lights that we had done, and they're located on all those poles. There's no change to that.
Do your existing conditions that you show in the plan set include the current lighting on site, exterior lighting? I
Yes.
guess that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's right, but as far as a light around this kiosk building, I'm,
So if there are lights
Well, so
there,
there's a patio there and they have a liquor license, so I assume
I
people are going to be,
believe the select board, in their infinite wisdom, gave them a liquor license.
yeah.
That's a good idea. I think
So they're
it'd be good
gonna-
to support the business.
Yeah, but they're going to be on the patio at night in the dark?
Again, I believe there's sufficient lighting there. There's sport lights on utility pole 2140. I know there's lighting on that pole.
Okay.
so when Nitch goes out on Thursday, their whole intent is to just view what's
Yeah.
there and what's shown.
So the other thing is that the photometric, although it doesn't zero out, it doesn't show any lighting for that driveway that comes down to the new shed, the new golf learning center.
No, there are lights on all of those poles. That's what the photometric is showing.
Well, it
There's sport
shows
lights.
on that side, there's nothing here.
Again, I'm just saying to you that when you're there, there's sufficient lighting there in
The
the
shed's
night
over
to
here.
support the business plan. We're not proposing any new lighting.
Oh, okay.
So could there, it sounds like an
Oh, yeah.
inquisition, but
You're
could
right.
there have been lighting added post the original site plan?
So those poles evidently aren't picked up on the
These two are new
photometric.
then. Right. One,
So
two,
these
three,
poles
four.
that go along that driveway aren't picked up
One.
on this.
1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 2.
The other utility pole, that they brought, when they brought the power to this site, they brought the power from that location. That's how the
Right.
public utility fed the
It'll be
power
1,
to this
2, 3,
project.
4.
So are those light poles that go along that road?
There's overhead wires that go along that route.
So those little dots aren't light?
No, they are when they get down to the driving range, but the others are just service lines.
Okay.
Yeah, the public utility
I'll wait to
determined
hear
that was
from,
the best way to bring power to this property.
so in the original site plan, there was screening that was behind those trees?
Yeah, I know, they planted a number of trees along.
So will
the
there
road.
be additional trees behind the expanded?
There's not, the trees are not being affected behind the building, is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking, so there was screening behind the original T area,
Yeah, so it's unchanged.
correct?
Yeah.
But you're adding to the T area.
But we're not, we're displacing existing.
Isn't that what that pink is?
Yeah, but it's it's on top of what was already there, so it's just displacing. There were outdoor tees, now they're indoor tees.
So maybe there are existing golf tees all the way down here.
Oh.
Tee
Right.
stations, right?
All connecting, linking them.
Underneath here too. So the existing tees here, they're just covering with that shed.
Oh, okay.
So if anything, they're probably going to accommodate a few less people as a result, because what they do is they get a box area within the building, which probably would have supported, say, like 1.5 to 2 people, and now only one person would be inside that box, because it's more desirable, it's more attractive to that person who's using that space.
Okay.
Safer, too.
As you can tell, I don't golf, so
Yeah,
I haven't a clue.
I used to, and it's not fun.
So what are the hours of operation?
Hours of operation are per the special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Which are?
I don't remember. Did I write it on here? I don't know. I don't remember. It's in the decision, though. I did give you all of them. It's the special permit granted on 4/27/05.
9 AM to 8 PM.
9 AM to 8 PM?
That might have been the original one. Is that the one from that date?
Southborough Golf Center, the tracking range. I'm just looking at Google Maps, not the decision. This says 9
Oh,
AM,
okay,
8 PM,
okay,
so-
yeah. No, that decision, I believe it goes later than that. But it is per the decision. And they may have reduced hours in the wintertime. And I'll be prepared to, at the next meeting, to give you the exact hours. If you ask the question, I just don't know where they are. We did put all the approvals on the cover page, so that you would have them of the record, because they were not obviously of record when we were getting the original approval for this site.
Okay, so that's a question. Try and find out for the next. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the golf range? Yep, or whatever's your pleasure.
I should preface this with, I can't see the map too good, but my name is Cheryl Kramer.
Oh, do you want to look at a big plan?
I will eventually, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I need it to discuss it with you. Okay, my name is Cheryl Kramer, both with a C. And I think you mentioned I live in Belmont, New Hampshire, but my sister and I own the Locust parcel. It's 5.76 acres in Framingham, right on the border of the golf course and the Edison easement, or whatever it is now. And I have no idea, because I have not seen this map, the location of things, so I don't know how his project is going to affect us, but I do want to make everyone aware that we have a right-of-way in our deed that goes through this property. And I have been to a couple of other meetings in Southborough and mentioned it, even as the golf course was being decided on in the beginning. And I discussed it with Leo Bartolini Sr., which I understand he has now passed away. And he first came to me, when I first told him to read his deed, and we had a right-of-way through there, he told me if I came back again, he'd have a gun. So I wasn't real anxious to do that. And, but anyway, then he did call me after, and he offered to buy the property if I don't tell anybody, and all these kind of rules that I could not go along with. But anyway, we discussed that it might bring in clientele to his range and whatever else he had to offer. I don't expect you to sit here tonight and say, oh, yes, you do or don't have a right-of-way, but I wanted to make you aware that, and this gentleman evidently, I don't know, is this the owner?
No, he is the engineer consultant hired by the new owner.
Okay. Well, it's clearly in my deed. It's clearly in the Bartolini deed, Leo Bartolini's deed, and it goes back many, many years.
What's the address of your parcel in Framingham?
It's 1900 Worcester Road. And it's, 1900 Worcester Road, LLC. And the property is actually for sale now if we decide to do that. But anyway, I don't know as if I'm against this project, as I have never seen it, but I want to know how it's affecting me, because the construction of the whole golf course affected I put a big puddle in the middle of part of our property. And I just guess I don't know, I hold the town of Southborough with a little responsibility for letting all this happen, knowing that my right-of-way was through the property. But I'm willing to, as I was with Leo Bartolini, negotiate to relocate so that it suits both of us and doesn't go through the middle. And I guess what I'd like to just ask you guys now is, do you think you could abstain from issuing a permit until this issue is settled?
Well, we're definitely continuing until the 23rd. So until the right-of-way issue is settled?
Yeah, which I would hope to discuss with the new owner.
I have a big plan. Can you show me where the right-of-way is on this?
Yeah.
And what it was for.
19, we can't go to Mass Land Records.
This is our property here.
So this
Where
is,
is it
this
on
is
here?
this
Framingham's,
So your lot is over here?
This
Oh,
locus
Framingham.
is here.
This is
Oh,
the
no,
project,
that's-
this is the golf course,
Oh,
and
I'm
this is
sorry.
Route 9 right here. Where are we going down? This is Route 9,
Okay.
and here's the town line, and this is the golf course, and this is the storage facility, right here.
Okay, they called us the locus parcel too. Well,
Oh, so this is,
Yeah.
you're probably over here someplace. I wonder if it shows me.
So she might be, because she said she's in
No, these are
Framingham.
Permits from that
Yeah, I
specific
don't
site, so we'd have to
see.
look at the assessor map to
I'm not
in Framingham to
certain.
see. So
Where
right-
is the actual golf, the original
Right here.
golf building?
Yeah.
Is it on here?
So this is like the clubhouse.
Clubhouse,
And these are the
okay.
tees. And what they're
How they'd
doing
affect the
is just
property.
adding a roof on top of these. And these tees,
I
I guess, are
haven't
still
seen the
there.
tees, but our property is probably right here somewhere. Let's
So
see.
this is the Chinese Gospel Church. I think you're on the
I
other
think
You're
side.
we're
over
on
here.
the other
Yeah.
side.
See
now,
right
yeah.
here? That's here. Over here is here, okay? And then you go down the driveway. So if you're in
Is
Framingham.
Route 9 here?
Route 9 is way down here. Yeah.
Okay. So this is your property.
It wouldn't be here because you would have been notified. This is the
I
buffer
was
for-
notified.
Oh, you were, oh, okay.
Sir.
So yeah, you're in here then.
But I
Right
can't tell
here.
you where I am on there, to
Right.
be honest with you.
So,
Let's see.
Where
This
was
is-
the right of way?
1900, so we're-
Like if this is your land right
It
here.
originally came in right on the driveway that goes into the golf course.
Here.
Oh.
This is the driveway that
Worcester
comes
Road.
into the golf course.
Off of Route 9?
So you were able to
Yes,
access,
off Route 9,
Oh, okay.
in Southborough.
and what was it for?
To pass
have
and
We
access?
passed through here and went right
And
out
to
the
go.
other way.
Oh, okay.
So you have something to
Right.
look for.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
So there's
There we
nothing
go.
going on this side here.
okay, where is the,
It's over here, it's just
So
cut
the
off.
tees are here.
where is the new building going to be?
So there's no new building, there's just a roof that's going on
Over
the
the
tees, the existing tees that are there. This was built in
05.
2005.
And you say I'm over here, huh?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
over here somewhere. See this line?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
right
we
here.
get golf balls over there
See
all
right
the time.
here?
I could pick up a bunch for
This
you.
is this. So this actually comes down here to here,
Here's the deed.
and then the plan cuts it off right here. The town line would be right
Here's the
about.
deed.
So you're over here. So you're on the far end of where the range is.
Make it bigger.
And the driveway comes up over here. Comes from Route 9 and comes up like
Covenants.
that. And this is to the storage
Route
facility.
9 is,
Over here.
I'll be happy to bring in an exhibit that shows where Ms. Kramer's property is for the next meeting. But I'd also say that between us and her property is the NEPCO right-of-way, so Boston Edison
Yeah.
has a right-of-way that they own the fee interest of that runs along the Framingham town line. So her property's on the other side of that, so she's east of that. Our direct abutter is Boston Edison.
However, the Boston Edison deed states that they do not have a right-of-way to our right-of-way that we use.
I'm not gonna debate what
No,
land rights you
I'm
may
just-
have, ma'am. You can hire a
Well,
land
that's good to
surveyor
know,
and you
so
can
we'll look
establish what those
We'll look
rights
into
are.
that. We'll have
And-
that information for the next.
Yeah.
And so are you interested in relocating the right-of-way? Is that what you said
If
until
they're
we?
willing to negotiate that, I mean, it does show, somebody showed me it goes right through the middle of the golf course and, but,
Do you have a
I'd
plan,
be willing to talk to you. No, not with you.
Cheryl? But do you
I
have
all
one?
the deeds and things like that.
Yeah.
But
Okay. It would be helpful if you had a copy of a plan that shows the
It's in the
easement.
Leo Bartolini deed, I believe. It
In the
describes
Leo
it exactly.
Bartolini?
And there was a deed before him, Louis Bouchard, that it describes it.
But the piece that they have is sitting with land surrounding it. So the Staples property,
Yeah.
they go out to Crossing Boulevard, they go out to Staples Drive, but their piece is kind of within that.
Yeah.
And then the fee of the Edison line is all part of Edison's property, because they basically took it back, whatever year it was, turn of the century or prior, could be in the late 1800s for all I know. But that's, like, our direct
Yeah.
abutter is Edison. But we did go beyond with our abutters to make sure we covered everyone, so I knew that they would come with us.
Okay.
Something.
I would love to meet the owner and talk about this. However, I am willing to negotiate the location, but do I get so many days to appeal this? Should I decide to do that, or
Appeal.
appeal your decision to issue a new permit or whatever? I just need to get this settled. It's been a long time. My family has owned this property since 1957, and it's, why...
So we're not making any decision
No.
today?
No, I understand that,
But
I
there
just
is,
wanted to make you aware and hope that you didn't issue a permit until I can speak with him and settle this.
And by him, she's not meaning me.
No,
because
I
I'm
mean-
Yeah.
not trying to prevent her from doing anything with the
No.
property. She
Yeah.
has every right to do
No,
what she needs to
understood.
with
I
her
say
property.
you just
Yeah.
because you're the spokesperson, but...
So I think what might be helpful is we generally meet every 2 weeks. We don't make decisions in 1 to 2 meetings. It's usually more than that. So now is probably the right time to start those negotiations and discussions, but I don't think we can commit to a timeline as to when
No.
we'd be done, and you can't commit to yours, but it would probably make sense to start that now, and, we understand your point of view, but
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And could I receive from him the name of someone that I can make contact with?
This application is a public record. It's at Southborough Golf Realty Holding LLC, and you received a notice from our office.
Okay, I didn't-
It has their address on it, so by all means, you can reach out to them.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks for continuing this tonight, because we did travel. Appreciate it.
Application.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions or comments on? Yes, ma'am.
Peter, while Freddie's going up there, there's a catch basin out in the middle of the range. What is that? There's a little symbol of a
They-
catch basin. Is that a
Yeah,
typo,
yeah.
or is that
No,
something else?
they put a catch basin in to, because they were getting surface
Is it in the
runoff.
document?
It was eroding the area there.
Oh.
It just goes down.
Does
to
that make it easier to get a hole in one?
Yeah, I suppose if you get it in the drain,
Maybe we can talk to Nitch about what that is. You can explain it.
Yes, ma'am.
I just had a question, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the whole conversation, but about the lighting. And Peter, you were saying that it was the same from the original plan. And I haven't reviewed, I wasn't planning on being here for this, but I haven't reviewed the lighting bylaw we passed, is that mean anyone who was here, not, any project that was approved prior to that went in as grandfathered?
So, sort of. With the exception of light trespass, they cannot, they have to be compliant with the 2005 outdoor illumination bylaw. And they don't need to come into compliance with the new 2021 unless they change their lighting.
So if they add a new pole, is that changing?
Yeah.
So is this compliant with any of the 2005 or?
Well, it's hard, I can't tell. So our engineering consultant will look at that when they go to the site.
Okay, thanks. We're just, I didn't say, Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. Just very concerned about the environmental impact from lighting now. It's a bigger and bigger issue being identified for the negative impact it has environmentally to insects, pollinators, and people too. So studies are coming out every day. I shouldn't say every day, but more and more studies are coming out identifying how negative the impact is. So, especially around Route 9 where there's a lot of non-compliant lighting. I actually have some Girl Scouts who are working on a silver badge that want to have this conversation. I'll be putting them in touch with members of this board. They're working on their silver award. So, not for this project necessarily, but just overall how they can help reduce the light pollution.
Yeah.
Particularly along Route 9 was their request to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So it's public record. Can we share with Ms. Kramer? Is that correct? Maybe Karina could email her a copy of the application, which has,
Oh, sure.
information on it. If you'd like to share your email with the town planner, she can forward you the application, which does have some contact information on it as well.
Thank you, Lisa.
Give me your email address before you go.
So anything else on this? So hopefully we'll have heard from Nitch by the next,
So we'll just
Hearing.
continue for 2 weeks, and
Yeah.
hopefully they'll get their comments. Okay, great, thank you, have a good night.
thank you, you too.
Thank you, Peter. We do.
So I'll make a motion to extend the public hearing for 22 Turnpike Road, modification to major site plan approval for the golf range to March 23rd, 2026. Can we make it for 7 PM?
When was,
If I can make it for 7, then we can get the other 2 bylaws, so the bylaws will be together.
when were the others? Oh, so this is gone. Oh, so this was 6:45, right?
This was, yeah, this was the 55 plus originally, so we filled it in there. So we have,
So this is gone. So this was 6:45.
6:35, so I was thinking
So
we
that's
could
7.
squeak the other 2 in, 6:50, 6:55, and put Peter at 7. Or we can just split them up and put Peter at 6:50.
Oh, that
yeah,
makes sense.
6:50,
And we get all
10 minutes is okay.
Oh, so no,
She's
putting all the bylaws together, which makes sense. Absolutely. So put this at 7.
leave 22 at 7.
At 7 PM?
It's only a half an hour away, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We should get there.
Thank you, Peter, 7 PM. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
So I guess we have to take a vote. Do we vote?
Yeah,
We did?
so we have a
Second.
motion and a
Okay.
second. Any
Sorry.
further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brasher, yes.
Belniak, yes.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, MCOD, bylaw dimensional table correction. I don't think there's anything new on this one, is there?
Nope, we're just going to confirm the version to send to Select Board tomorrow.
So this is the MBTA Communities Overlay Bylaw. There are a couple lines that were transcription errors that this is just correcting so that it matches the dimensional regulations in the code, which it is supposed to. It says in the bylaw that it does. Ms. DeMaria.
I have no comments. I think it's very clear, the way it's written, and hopefully very straightforward for the residents.
Ms. Brascio.
Nothing further to add, thank you.
Mr. Belniak.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Anybody in the audience have any questions and comments on the change in the dimensional table? Anyone on Zoom?
Nobody with hands raised. 4 people, but no hands raised.
And I have nothing further on this.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to extend the public hearing on the MCOD bylaw dimensional table correction to March 23rd, 2026 at 6:50 PM.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Can I ask a question? Sorry. Can we do 6:50 when the public hearing notice is for 7:05?
This is already a prior public hearing, so the first public hearing has to be that date, and then the planning
that
board
time.
can continue to.
That's fine, it was just a
Anytime.
process question. Brascio, yes.
Belniak, yes.
Very good.
I never asked the question before.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing zoning amendment to replace Shop C with the Affordable Housing Trust. I don't know if there's anything new on this one.
And on the MBTA communities, I'm going to send the most current version to the select board.
Oh, I think so this is Southborough Housing Opportunity Partnership Committee is no longer, and it's been changed to the Southborough Affordable Housing Trust, I think. What is our,
And we had asked town council a question regarding this Shop C to Southborough Affordable Housing Trust bylaw article onto the consent agenda. We know that the MBTA communities bylaw would require a majority vote, and the Shop C would require a 2/3 vote. Can those be requested to go to consent agenda? And I think we received adding them both to the, adding the Shop C change to the consent agenda would require the entire consent agenda to be approved by 2/3.
So don't do it.
Right.
I don't know.
Can't do it.
Can't. Not smart.
No.
Are you looking for the official name?
No.
I'm just looking
Not
for
at all.
the latest version, just to make sure, because there was some Affordable Housing Trust and some Southborough Affordable Housing Trust, and want to make sure that it's all.
Yeah, the current version is the 2/24/26 version 4 by Marnie. Revised,
What's it say on it?
revised, reschedule.
2/24/26
Oh.
version.
She removed
2/24.
a section that was in there redundantly, was the last change. 2/24/26, version 4. So in the Dropbox is the most recent.
There are 100 things in the drop.
Okay, hold on, it's usually the bottom one, the most recent here. I'll tell you. Shop C, yep, version 4, February 24th, 2026.
Okay.
I moved them all up there myself, in that particular one. So that's how I knew. Okay, so that would be,
So this is just updates the code, changing the name. Ms. DeMaria.
No changes.
Ms. Brascio.
No changes.
Mr. Belniak.
No changes.
Anyone in the audience have a question or comment? Anybody on Zoom?
no hands raised.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend the public hearing on the zoning amendment change to replace Shopsy with Affordable Housing Trust to March 23rd, 2026 at 6:55 PM.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
Elniak, yes.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 154 Turnpike Road, non-compliance, modification to major site plan approval. You want to kick us off, Karina?
Okay. Are you Bob?
Yes, Bob DePietri.
Yes, we met before.
Yep.
Yeah, you lost weight. You look different. Okay. I digress. So, we received submission one on February 2nd. We filed it with the town clerk once it was complete on February 18th. The legal ads were placed for February 23rd and March 2nd as required, and towns and agencies were notified. The planning board received, it was distributed to the planning board and town departments, and green cards and white mailing receipts were returned to us on March 5th as required and verified. Today, a couple of other notes. Okay, so, I'm not sure where the error occurred, but one of the comments was that at least one of the packets for the planning board, the wrong landscape plan, the current landscape plan was the wrong one, wrong date, the full-size hard copy. It didn't match the PDF. It was one of the pre-application copies that Shannon Boyce had shown me before. So I had a copy of it, but it was in at least one of the planning board members. So we'd need depends on what gets fixed. And then we did receive, I got a call today from 18 Breakneck Hill Road with concerns with the buffer between their property and this property, the subject site. So I just want to make reference that we did receive that. I suggested that Ms. Agababian Zoom in tonight. You're here, okay, hi. I think I've met you before, too. So that's the abutter who had received notification. And Shannon Boyce is no longer with Capital Group Properties. She's the representative who was here for the past other DePietri projects. So you'll be here, Bob, to
Yes.
fill that in, okay. We thought Justin was coming.
He's online,
Oh, he is, okay, oh.
as well as Bill.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see, they're already elevated, okay, thanks.
Are you all set,
I am. Thank you.
Did you read the public hearing notice?
Oh, that would have been a bad one. Okay, so I do have to read the public hearing notice for modification to major site plan approval at 154 Turnpike Road. The Southborough Planning Board shall hold a public hearing on Monday, March 9th at 7:15 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor, Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass, and via Zoom to consider the application of 154 Turnpike Road LLC. William DePietri is the manager for the property located at 154 Turnpike Road for a modification to major site plan approval per Town Code 174-10. This hearing is in regard to documenting the existing conditions, plans, and confirming compliance with the originally approved 2002-2003 site plans, as well as proposed additional exterior lighting and restriping, grading of 2 existing accessible parking spaces. A copy of the application and plans may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or on the Planning Board Agenda Center at www.southborough ma.gov, Agenda Center/Planning-Board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually at the following link, www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meetings, Memucho Southborough Planning Board. And I also just want to caveat that included in this application, if you recall, Chase Bank was a change of use in the prior restaurant suite.
That's correct.
And at the time of that approval, there was no exterior work proposed. When they filed for a building permit application to do the interior work, the plan that they proposed included 2 additional exterior lights on the building at the entrance to the new bank. That in addition to some regrading of the existing handicap spaces in order to make the grades proper.
Restriping.
Restripe, yeah, and they said also some regrading there too. I suggested that those were included because they were under time constraints too. So that was put in as part of this as well. So existing changes that happened previously that weren't approved, and then a couple of new things that are included as proposed. Okay, I'm done.
Very good. Thank you. You all set, Karina?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
You could introduce yourself, and if there's anything you'd like to add.
Bob DePietri, Capital Group Properties, representing the owner of 154 Turnpike Road LLC. Also here tonight is Bill DePietri and Justin DePietri as well from Capital Group Properties. I'm just going to run through what our submittal is on this project. The submission responds to the Planning Board's recent review of current landscaping, lighting, and site screening elements, and incorporates supplemental documentation verifying that the site remains consistent with the intent and purpose of Section 17410D1 of the Southborough zoning bylaws. No new construction, building additions, or changes in use are proposed, and the property will continue to operate as a multi-tenant commercial center as defined in the 2003 special permit and subsequent approvals. In addition to documenting existing conditions, this application includes 2 limited tenant-specific requests. 1, installation of 2 additional exterior wall-mounted light fixtures serving the tenant's interests for security and safety purposes, which is shown on Exhibit C. And 2, restriping and dimensional adjustment of 2 existing handicap parking spaces to bring them into full ADA compliance. These improvements are shown on the attached Exhibit J, site plan prepared by Bowler Engineering, sheet 301, dated October 17, 2025. Do not alter site circulation, parking counts, impervious areas, or overall site layout. The property was built in 2004. 154 Turnpike Road is a 2-story, 20,816 square foot mall as defined in the special permit dated February 26, 2003, located in the Business Highway District, fronting Route 9, and easily accessible to Interstates 90 and 495. This submission is intended to document that the site, as constructed and maintained, remains in substantial compliance with the original site plan approvals and applicable zoning provisions, and that no material modification or new impacts have occurred. The following addresses 4 topics identified by the Planning Board. 1, public shade tree, Breakneck Hill frontage. A mature ash tree formerly located along the Breakneck Hill frontage predated the approved 2002 landscape plan and was never identified for preservation or planting on the William Fleming Associates Landscape Plan L1 dated 10/15/2002. Professional engineer confirmed in 2022 that the tree's trunk was located entirely on private property and not within the public right-of-way, and that the tree was in advanced decline with significant base rot. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 87, Section 1, a public shade tree is defined as any tree located within the limits of any public way or upon the boundaries thereof. The William Fleming Associated Landscape Plan shows no such tree, and the 2003 Planning Board decision makes no reference to one for preserving or planting. In correspondence dated October 24, 4th, 2025, Christopher Leroy, tree warden for the town of Southborough, stated that the tree was located along a scenic road right-of-way and therefore would have to require a joint hearing under Mass General Law, Chapter 87, shade trees, and Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 15C, scenic roads, prior to removal. However, he further stated the tree was already on the town's watch list due to the advanced decline in base rot. Its condition presented a potential public safety hazard to vehicular traffic, and its removal was the result of a good faith misunderstanding of ownership rather than willful disregard of permitting requirements. The tree warden acknowledged that the tree was already in advanced decline and presented a potential safety hazard to the traveling public, while he noted that the tree's location along a scenic road right-of-way would ordinarily require a joint hearing under those previously specified laws. He expressed appreciation for the applicant's cooperation and willingness to resolve the matter constructively. During discussions on October 23, 2025, the tree warden suggested that a voluntary donation of planting of several replacement trees, approximately 4, 2.5 to 3 caliber, from the town's approved street tree guidelines list would represent a positive and community-oriented resolution, while also fulfilling the intent of the public shade tree policy adopted October 24, 2023, by ensuring a net increase of the town's public tree canopy. The applicant presented this suggestion to ownership for consideration. However, no voluntary donation is proposed at this time, as confirmed by the updated landscape analysis in the absence of any replacement requirements. Exterior lighting. The exterior lighting fixtures currently installed on the site replaced older generation lantern fixtures at the time prior to the adoption of the town's dark sky amendment, Section 174, 12.1 in 2021, when the bylaw regulated outdoor illumination generally but did not impose the current total site lumen cap and BUG rating framework. At the time of the fixture replacement and contemporaneous correspondence with the town planner, the dark sky amendments had not yet been posted on the town's website, and the version transmitted by the town planner was expressly identified as a draft. The applicable version of Section 174, 12.1, then in effect, contained general illumination standards but had not yet adopted the dark sky performance metrics later enacted by town meeting. The current nonconformity, if any, results from the subsequent regulatory change rather than from post-adoption installation of expansion of lighting. Accordingly, the current fixtures were installed in compliance with the zoning requirements then in effect and constitute a lawful pre-existing lighting condition. Pursuant to Section 174, 12.1B3, luminaries installed prior to the effective date of the dark sky amendments are deemed compliant and are not required to be retrofitted solely due to subsequent bylaw changes, provided no expansion or replacement is triggered by the conditions set forth in the bylaw. No replacement of the existing exterior lighting fixtures is proposed as part of this modification to major site plan approval. Notwithstanding their lawful pre-existing status, the current luminaries are full cutoff LED fixtures utilizing shielded downward directed optics with a maximum correlated color temperature of 3000 K, thereby minimizing glare, uplighting, and light trespass onto abutting properties. The photometrics data shown on the plan prepared by Bowler Engineering, sheet L101, dated January 9, 2026, is submitted for performance verification purposes only and illustrates the extent and distribution of existing illumination across the site, demonstrating the on-site lighting generally functions in a manner consistent with the intent and performance objectives of Section 174, 12.1, including control of glare and off-site light impacts. The photometric plan is provided for informational and verification purposes to document existing illumination conditions and evaluate bylaw performance considerations under Section 174, 12.1. The plan is not submitted as a proposed lighting design or as an approval submittal by the property owner or engineer of record. Barrier fence and screening. The original William Fleming Associates landscape plan, L1, dated October 15, 2002, depicted a short eye barrier fence segment at the southwest corner of the property adjacent to Breakneck Hill Road. The subsequent planning board decision dated January 7, 2003, however, requires a 6-foot PVC fence along the entire southern perimeter, creating a conflict between the approved landscape plan and the written decision. When this discrepancy initially arose during construction, the developer met on site with the then town planner to resolve the inconsistency. The town planner determined that a full-length southern fence was unnecessary because the properties at 9 and 11 Breakneck Hill Road are located diagonally across the street, not along the southern lot line. It would not benefit from a continuous fence. Instead, the planner agreed that the combination of evergreen plantings along the southern boundary and a short fence segment at the southwest corner satisfied the intent of the 2003 approval. This screening configuration was subsequently accepted and signed off by both the town planner and the building inspector prior to the issuance of the original occupancy permit more than 20 years ago. Existing conditions indicate that 2 6-foot PVC panels remain installed at the southwest corner of the property with dense natural vegetation and evergreen growth extending across much of the remaining southern boundary. While the current fence does not extend the full perimeter as required in the 2003 decision, the combination of established vegetation and limited fencing effectively provides screening consistent with Southborough zoning bylaw section 174 10D1, which requires adequate buffering between commercial and residential uses, protection of neighboring properties from visual and noise impacts. The updated screening analysis by William Fleming Associates L1 dated 1/21/26 demonstrates that the combination of the existing fence panels and mature evergreen vegetation provides screening equivalent to and in several areas superior to what would have been achieved by a continuous fence. To further illustrate this, the applicant has prepared the below on-site photographic documentation of multiple GPS-verified locations along the southern property line. I think that's in the package. It shows a series of pictures around the back of the property and the side of the property. Importantly, in more than 20 years since the issuance of 2003 site plan approval, the owner has not received a single complaint from any abutter regarding adequacy of screening, fencing, lighting, trespass, or visibility into the residential properties. Accordingly, no further fencing or supplemental planning are proposed on the updated landscape plan submitted. The applicant engaged William Fleming Associates to prepare an updated landscape plan L1 dated January 13, 2026, documenting current field conditions and comparing existing vegetation to the originally approved 2002 plan. The updated plan is a stamped field-verified as-built analysis prepared by the original landscape architect and is not a redesign or proposal for new work. The existing tree canopy consists of a mature and diverse mix of species, including pear, oak, fir, and pine, together with preserved tree lines and understory vegetation designated to remain. Any native species counts shown on the plan are provided for informational purposes only and reflect existing conditions. No minimum native planting requirements applied under the original approvals, and no supplemental planting is required or proposed. The plan confirms to the site meets or exceeds the originally required tree and shrub quantities along both the Route 9 frontage and the southern sideline buffer. The updated plan shows that 12 trees currently exist compared to the originally specified 16. However, the shrub count exceeds the original requirements, 111 shrubs provided versus 105 required. The plan expressly identifies 17 existing trees designated to remain, together with preserved tree lines and vegetation designed to remain. The existing mature canopy provides a screen and visual continuity consistent with the performance-based standard of section 174-10D1. No additional plantings are shown along the Route 9 frontage. Along the southern property line, the updated plan identifies substantial overcompliance. 17 trees are provided where only 6 were required, and 60 shrubs exist where only 24 were originally required. The plan graphically documents continuous evergreen and deciduous vegetation designated to remain, providing a buffer materially exceeding the original approval. This overperformance, combined with the mature evergreen vegetation already on site, provides screening superior to the original contemplated condition and satisfies the buffer requirements noted in the 2003 Planning Board decision. So this table as well in the submittal, it shows the Route 9, along the Route 9 frontage, there were 16 trees required, 12 trees were provided, 105 shrubs were required, 111 shrubs were provided. On the southern side, along the residential buffer in the back of the building, 6 trees were required, 17 trees were provided, 24 shrubs were required, and 60 were provided. Based on these verified counts, the site exceeds the original required landscape quantities by a significant margin. The southern buffer exhibits the strongest overcompliance with 11 more trees and 36 more shrubs than required. This results in a buffer that is substantially more robust than the minimum standards contemplated in the 2002-2003 approvals. The only location shortfalls along Route 9 frontage where 12 trees exist instead of 16. While the updated analysis confirms that the existing vegetation provides substantial functional screening and mature canopy coverage, 4 additional flowering crab trees are proposed along Route 9 to comply with the originally required landscape quantities to satisfy the performance standards set forth in Section 174-10D1, which require adequate screening and buffering performance rather than strict numeric equivalency. With the addition of these 4 trees, the Route 9 frontage will comply with both the numeric and performance-based standards. The updated stamped landscape plan confirms that the site's existing vegetation, much of which is expressly designated to remain, fully satisfies the numeric and performance-based requirements of the 2002-2003 approvals. And they choose tenant-specific site improvements. In addition to documenting existing conditions, the applicant requests approval for 2 limited tenant-specific improvements associated with an existing tenancy. These requests do not alter the site circulation, pounding count, impervious area, drainage, or overall site layout. The proposed update consists of 1, minor modifications to 2 existing accessible parking spaces to ensure compliance with current ADA requirements as shown on the site plan prepared by Voller Engineering, sheet C301 dated October 17, 2025, which is attached as Exhibit L in the package. And 2, the installation of 2 exterior wall-mounted lighting fixtures at the tenant's entrance as documented by the manufacturer cut sheets included in Exhibit C. The applicant requests approval to install 2 additional wall-mounted exterior fixtures at the tenant's entrance for security and safety purposes. Proposed fixtures, WDGE1 LED, are full cutoff luminaries designed to direct light downward and inward toward the building facade and to avoid material increases in glare, uplighting, or light trespass onto abutting properties or public ways. Manufacturer cut sheets for these proposed fixtures are included in Exhibit 3 for reference. The applicant also requests approval to restripe and adjust the dimensions of 2 existing handicap parking spaces serving the tenant spaces to bring them in full compliance with the applicable ADA requirements. No increase in parking count or modification to traffic circulation is proposed. These limited improvements are accessory in nature, do not intensify site use, and are consistent with the intent of performance standards of Section 174.10 and Section 174.12.1. So a summary of our findings after going through this whole analysis that we went through. The site infrastructure, circulation, lighting, and screening remain substantially consistent with the original 2002-2003 site plan approvals, and continue to operate safely and effectively. A professional engineer in 2022 and the tree warden in 2025 both confirmed that the removed tree along Breakneck Hill Road and the right-of-way on a scenic road exhibited advanced decay and was removed prior to adoption of the October 24, 2023 public shade tree policy. Accordingly, no replacement obligation applies. The owner has considered the tree warden's suggestion regarding a potential voluntary tree donation. However, at this time, no voluntary plantings are proposed. The exterior lighting system consists of full cut-off LED luminaries that were lawfully installed prior to the adoption of the town dark sky amendments to section 174.12.1. At the time of installation and contemporaneously correspondence with the town planner, the dark sky provisions had not yet been posted on the town's website, were transmitted to the applicant in draft form. Manufacturer cut sheets of the proposed and the photometric analysis prepared by Bowler Engineering demonstrate that the lighting is shielded, downward directed, and functions in a manner consistent with the intent and performance objective of section 174.12.1. with no unreasonable glare or light trespass onto abutting properties. Existing natural vegetation combined with limited fence panels at the southwest corner provide effective visual screening for abutting residential properties and satisfying the screening and buffering intent of the 2003 Planning Board decision. The former town planner confirmed that a full-length southern fence was unnecessary given the location of 9 and 11 Breakneck Hill Road and the need to maintain access to a detention basin. Updated plant counts by William Fleming Associates dated January 21, 2026 confirmed that the site exceeds the originally required number of both trees and shrubs along the southern buffer, and with the addition of 4 new flowering crab trees, meet both the numeric and performance-based screening requirements along Route 9 frontage. This modification to major site plan approval continues to satisfy the Planning Board's review standards under section 174.10D1 of the Southborough zoning bylaws based on existing field conditions, updated documentation, and the findings summarized in this submission. We believe the site meets the applicable design criteria as follow: traffic, access, and circulation. No changes have occurred to driveway, curb cuts, internal circulation, or parking configuration. Site distances at all access points remain adequate, and on-site circulation continues to operate safely and efficiently, consistent with the original 2002-2003 approvals. Screening and landscaping, existing vegetation combined with the fence panels at the southwest corner provide effective buffering between commercial and residential uses. The updated William Fleming Associates plan confirms that the site meets or exceeds the planting quantities required under the zoning code in effect at the time of approval as reflected in the planning schedule approved with the original 2002 site plan along both Route 9 and the southern residential buffer. All existing exterior light fixtures are full cut-off LED luminaries and were installed prior to the adoption of the town dark sky amendment to section 174.12.1 in 2021, and at a time when the bylaw regulated outdoor illumination generally, but did not impose the current total site lumen gap or BUG rating framework, and therefore constitutes a lawful pre-existing lighting condition. Again, the manufacturer cut sheets are included in Exhibit C. The photometric plan, Exhibit D, provided for informational and verificational purposes, illustrates the extent and distribution of existing illumination across the site and demonstrates that on-site lighting functions in a manner generally consistent with the intent and performance objectives of section 174.12.1, including minimization of glare and control of off-site light impacts. No regrading, expansion, or disturbance of impervious areas has occurred since the original approvals. Existing stormwater and drainage structures continue to function as designed, and no modifications are proposed as part of this application. All existing trees, shrubs, and landscape areas have been preserved. Updated planting counts confirm that the site's existing vegetation meets or exceeds the 2002-2003 requirements. No additional plantings are proposed other than the 4 trees we previously talked about, or any additional shrub plantings as well.
That's it?
That was a lot.
Save the best for last.
Thank you. Ms. DeMaria.
Hi there, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I wonder how we want to go through this, because I think there's like 2 parts to this. There's the compliance aspect, and then there's the new part. And so, Mimi, as the chair, was your intent for us to just think about what we want to ask here tonight, or did you want to tackle one versus the other?
So do you want to go through as is listed on the thing, like 1, the public shade tree, 2, the lighting,
Yeah, I mean, those are the high
3,
highlights.
like 3 and 4 together, we can discuss landscaping. So do you want to do that?
Yeah, I think that's
So,
the way to do it.
public shade tree removal.
My recollection is that we haven't had a tree hearing, so even though the tree was removed, and you have spoken to the tree warden, we would still have to have a joint meeting with the planning board, and it would be the board and the tree warden together that would decide on the tree replacement. Am I correct about that, or is it tree warden alone? We usually make a recommendation about tree replacement. So I understand it was a 24-inch ash tree. By the way, the day that was removed, I got a phone call directly. So I just want to say, the neighbors thought that that tree was a public shade tree. And it's disappointing to think that you didn't know that. But it looks like Mr. Leroy was keeping track of that tree as an ash. There are, have been some problems with ashes, with emerald ash borer. However, the replacement that he is suggesting, in my opinion, isn't satisfactory, because we're Tree City USA town, and typically we would ask for a 1-to-1 replacement, inch for inch. How I understand that you're looking to Mass General Law to see if there's a replacement. There's nothing there. So I think that we would need to have a joint, just add it to the next meeting, for example, for the joint planning board tree hearing. We can discuss that. I don't recall we discussed it in the past, right?
So we discussed the removal back in 2022.
But not in a joint hearing?
No.
Correct. So that's where we would decide the replacement, or we would make a recommendation to the tree warden at that time?
Or I think we can condition this approval on replacement.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go down the line, and that would be fine with me.
Okay. Ms. Brush.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'm on the same page of Deb on this. The tree warden was very clear in his letter dated October 24, 2025, that it was a right-of-way tree. I think he made that pretty clear. And admitting it was on the watch list, and whether or not it was healthy or not, there is a process that needs to be followed. And he gave a mitigation. His suggestion was 4 trees, 2.5 inches to 3 inches calipers. To the town seemed like a positive solution. So I think there needs to be some mitigation. It definitely was a right-of-way tree. I remember when it came down, as Deb said, I had gotten a phone call about it as well, because it was literally.
Colleen, could you put the picture of the tree from the Dropbox up?
Yep.
So, again, I think in conditioning, I think the decision would probably be the easiest way, not to say that we
So
couldn't have a
that's the
hearing.
picture that I sent you, not the ones from the
Yes.
packet.
So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Mr. Belniak.
Thank you. Admittedly, new guy card here because I haven't been on the board for not even a year, so I don't have the complete history of this, but
The one with the tree in it.
That's the after picture.
This is the one without it. Sorry.
Sticking to point one, public shade tree, it does seem like there's a bit of confusion. It is in public right-of-way, it's not in public right-of-way. You talked to someone, you didn't talk to someone. An engineer said, a professional engineer confirmed the trunks was located entirely on private property. Do you have, was that survey? Like, what is that? Is that a letter?
So a professional engineer, no,
There's the tree, Alan.
no knock to professional engineers,
No.
but they can't do surveys.
No, I know that. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, was that part of the submission package? I didn't see it.
A letter,
is.
there was a letter.
Okay, all right, because I was going through all of it, okay.
So that's the tree.
Yep, yeah. Okay, so it does, the removal was a result of good faith misunderstanding of ownership. That just strikes me as a little bit weird based on what I'm hearing. Again, I'm still trying to get caught up because it does sound like there was pretty clear statement of yes and no. So, and then if what I understood was that we tried to replace inch for inch, right? Obviously, we're not going to find a 24-inch single tree. So if the recommendation was 4 up to 3-inch caliber trees, that's 12 inches. So we're still short 12 more. So, and it doesn't look like, I guess from what I'm reading, that you all ever provided that mitigation?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, those are my comments. Just want to make sure I'm wrapping my head around this.
Okay. So this was a public shade tree. All of your plans clearly show the right-of-way that comes right across that corner. And a professional engineer cannot do surveys. So that letter is worthless. And usually, public shade trees aren't identified for preservation on plans because they're owned by the public, and they shouldn't have to be identified for preservation because they shouldn't be taken down because they're not yours. There was a 2021 arborist report that was done on Breakneck Hill Road. And so although Chris said it was an ash and it was on the list, it wasn't. It was a pignut hickory, and it was deemed to be in good condition. In 2021. So I don't know what the discussion before that letter with Chris was, or who said what, but it wasn't, there was no ash trees on the whole, I don't think, Breakneck Hill, the entire report. So I don't know where that came from. So I think and I concur with the rest of my board members, the only way to resolve taking down a public shade tree is to donate public shade trees that are on the street tree list. And I would say they'd have to be 3-inch caliper because that's what's required in our landscape bylaw. So that's number 1.
Okay, so second is exterior lighting. Now, I do have a question because my last email on this topic, and I'm not sure if it was lighting, was from October 17th hearing we had with Justin that said that he would be providing plans for major modification to major site plan.
Right.
And the trail goes cold. I don't have any more emails from him. I can't recall.
The trail went cold.
The trail went cold. So a question that's not really having to do with lighting is, what was that? What was that for? The modification to major site plan, do we have those plans? Do the plans today match those plans?
So we
what's
only have the
proposed?
original site plan. So there was a driveway that was put through from 144 to 154, which was in violation of the special permit or site. It was in violation of some approval. So they came for a modification to discuss that, and then they withdrew.
Okay, so there was no lighting plan associated with that plan?
Well, we didn't get any further than them coming in July of 2022 and then not coming back.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of lighting, so do I understand correctly, one of the residents' requests is to change the lighting? Because I heard and I read the letters that Shannon wrote and you just read, and you're saying that there's no change in lighting, but just at the very top, there's a statement in the letter that you have a resident request number 2 to change some sort of lighting. So if I can ask you about that.
Or the tenant request.
Tenant, sorry.
Yes, and that's for 2 light fixtures on the building, I think on either side of the entranceway. It's on the plan for security reasons.
Okay, so I just want to confirm with the board that if the lighting is changed, then it needs to be in compliance with the 2021 dark sky compliance bylaw. Is that correct?
Correct. And further than that, well, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I mean, so that's what kind of conflates the two things, is you have, your letter states that you're not making any changes to lighting, but your tenant request is to make a change to lighting, and if you were to do so, the whole plan needs to be updated. Am I correct?
I agree with you.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear, because Marnie usually covers this, and other members of the board know a little bit more about this, but my understanding is more on the compliance side, that the plan would have to come into compliance.
Ms. Braccio.
I agree with what Mr. Maria said. I know Marnie is our lighting guru, yeah, so it's tough to not have her here in this. Am I correct in understanding that the lights, I'm looking back to an email from 2022, that at that time, it was said that the lights that were changed out were dark sky compliant? Is just to verify, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And those are the same specifications in this packet. In other words, from
Correct.
2022, we received specifications. And now those specifications are in here too, and I think those are the same specifications.
Yeah, I didn't see the
You don't know?
2022 submittal, so I think what's in here is what's there, what's existing
Yeah.
today.
It's the same cut sheets.
Okay, that's Justin.
Mr. Belknap.
Thanks. I'm a little confused about the 2021-2022 timeframe. Sounds like maybe you submitted something that said draft, and that's what you were sort of trying to comply toward, but it was clearly 2021. So I'm just not sure if the homework wasn't done or what.
No, I think what it was saying is the lights were changed before the current bylaw went into effect on the lighting. Look,
It's not true.
Did you guys, okay, I didn't, all right, I guess, is there a date of installation compared to a date of the bylaw?
yeah, I mean, it's covered in this, the write-up here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where. This is quite a bit to go through. If it is, that's great, I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
So I may be able to help here a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So they came before the planning board on 7/11/2022.
Okay.
And that had to do with the driveway and lighting and landscaping were discussed then. And at that time, one of the Mr. DePietris stated that the new light fixtures were on order to replace the old dark sky compliant fixtures. So 7/11/22 is after 5/21/21. which is when the new bylaw went into effect.
Got it, okay.
So compliance with that new bylaw is required.
And the, the lighting that was installed in '21, that was in compliance with what we had in place at the time?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Well, supposedly,
I don't know if that's-
well, supposedly the new light fixtures were installed in 2022, not 2021.
Bill DePietro will have to answer that. I don't know.
Because we do have our meetings are recorded.
Yep.
And I went back and looked at the minutes. So that the lighting needs to be in compliance. And even if they were installed before then, there's substantial light trespass. And even then, our previous bylaw prohibited light trespass. So they're not, the lights are not in compliance. So the proposed additional security light on the cut sheet, JBJ Construction approved circles of 4,000 K, which is not in compliance. So no more than 3,000.
Yeah, 3,000.
And where is the entrance to Chase? Is that on the Breakneck Hill side or the?
Yes.
So that would need to comply with the Res A lighting
Correct.
or well, residential lighting.
Yep.
So you said in the letter 3K, but this sheet says 4K.
Yeah, I'll
So
have to
there's
check with that.
something there.
They gotta comply, it's gonna have, it'll have to be the 3K. They gotta comply.
And I would say that we need photometrics of the whole site.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the next is the barrier fence and the screening, so that I understand that this is this area that was opened up and in the back of the property that was sort of cut through to Breakneck Hill. Is that correct? Is that
So-
what this one refers to?
The original site plan had a fence along the southern, which is that area.
Okay.
The back, the southern property line, which was never installed.
Okay, and I wasn't even on the board yet when this was being discussed, and I remember there was, I think there, it had been opened, and there was a request from the board, and I think that the proponent put, like Jersey barriers there. Am I talking about the right place?
Yeah.
Okay, and so, so the request then was to put this fencing, the 6-foot PVC fencing with some vegetation. Is that correct? Okay, and what does it look like today?
It's pretty much a tree. On the southern border, you have, mature trees, and then some evergreens as well along that border there. Between the back of the building,
So we'll go through the board and then we'll get
between the back of the building and the residential homes.
Okay. Is it to the specification that the planning board required? I mean, I think it's all grown in, is that what you're saying? But does it comply with that specific request? Because I think that was all initially removed.
Yeah,
I
my
believe there were cars
understanding-
even driving past there at one
No,
point.
that's sort of,
That's a different part?
I think it's a different area that
Okay.
we're talking about. I think the fencing,
At
from what
the
I
end.
understand, I think Bill can probably clarify it more, was going parallel with the back of the building in the woods, and I think in discussions with the town planner at the time, I believe it was Wayne Thies at the time, that there was a discussion about doing less fencing and more trees
Okay.
along that border there, and I think that's what was agreed upon at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
I had the same questions as Mr. Maria, so nothing further on this.
Mr. Belniak?
Personally speaking, I like vegetation better than 6-foot PVC fence. So from a personal perspective, I like that. It does not look like much of the PVC fencing was put in place. I think from what I read, you guys had a conversation in the field, and the planner at the time, I'm not sure if that was you, Karina, or if that was someone before you, I guess made an agreement that something else could be done. I don't know how that typically goes. Again, still here, not even a year, but I suppose if there's something in writing that says you guys need to do X and you don't do X, it seems like that might be a problem, but.
Well, at the time, the planning department had a sign off before we got the building occupancy permit, you know, that what was there was in compliance with the decision. So I mean,
Okay.
as you know, plans are done. A lot of times there's, you know, some minor changes along the way.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't dealing with this project back then, so I can't say.
Okay.
We're just going by, you know, our records there and then Bill's discussions, you know, with the town back then.
Okay.
So there are no landscape plans dated 2026, they're all 2025.
I'll check on that.
There's one that was dated 2025, and there was a 6 typed over it, which it's a stamped plan, you can't amend it.
I'll check on that.
So the landscaping isn't even close to the approved landscaping from the original site plan. Trees and shrubs were removed, and they were replaced with invasive species. That maiden grass is an invasive species, which is not good. There are no natives at all. Cultivars are not natives. Trees are required to be 3-inch caliper, and you're suggesting 2 to 2.5. Shrubs are required to be 36 inches in height, and I don't know what those numbers mean. The number 2, number 1, that doesn't tell me what size they are. The black-eyed Susans are counted in your calculations for meeting the landscape requirements. It's trees and shrubs, not trees and plants, so those don't count. So, so Route 9 requires per the bylaw, so if we so the previous site plan approval, you're not even close. I think you did more than the bylaw previously. But even just to comply with the bylaw, you're not even close. Requires 16 trees and 107 shrubs. You have 12 trees and 76 shrubs. And the shrubs are invasive species. Along Breakneck Hill, which faces the residential, 7 trees and 97 shrubs. You have the 7 trees, but no shrubs. And there was landscaping all along there, and it's all been removed. In the decision for the original site plan and the follow-up letter from the town planner, it said that there needs to be screening there facing those residential homes. Along the southern side, 7 trees, 8 were provided, 93 shrubs, no shrubs. Along the eastern side, 7 trees, 6 are provided, 98 shrubs, no shrubs are provided. There are also landscaping requirements for the parking, require 30 trees or 44 ornamental trees or 37 mixed, so none of those. So the fence, I agree with Mr. Belniak. I'd rather have planting than the fence. But that fence needs to be mitigated for and screening. And it specifically called out in the 2003 decision of that fence that additional planting is required to minimize the impact. on Breakneck Hill Road, yet the plantings were removed. And trees were removed for that driveway, and we were told they'd be replanted, and they haven't been. I think that's what I have for landscaping. So I think that brings us through our letter. Any other questions or comments from the board? Anybody in the audience? Yes, ma'am. If you could go up to the microphone.
My name is Caroline Agababian. I live on 18 Breakneck Hill Road. So we are just adjacent, very literally, the 154 is just like right next, adjacent to our property. So I don't know where to start with, but actually we bought that property. We moved from California. We bought that property 15 years ago when we moved here. My husband was working for Genzyme. And when we looked at the property, one of our concerns was that commercial, but there was such a big buffer between the property that we are planning to purchase and the commercial property that, we were reassured that because of the residential area and the commercial area, the town has some rules and regulations for both, for the commercial. So we were reassured that this is going to stay the same and we are not going to be affected. When we bought the property, literally, our backyard, it was like a forest. It was like with the greenery, everything was right there, and we were very okay. Till the incident happened was when the Capital Group, whoever owns that property, we are clueless because when we moved here, my husband, we were very focused on our own lives. We were not involved with what was going on with the surrounding. And what happened that we had the neighbors over one night and they said, did you notice that right behind your property, they connected the parking lot, that these cars can come from different office buildings, which is further away. I don't know exactly what the number is. They can come and turn into Breakneck Hill Road and turn. It has been illegally. It has not done by compliance. The reason is because my neighbors who've been on that street, the Breakneck Hill Road, been living there for over 50 years. They know exactly what was going on, and they knew when our property was built. And then we brought it to the attention of the town, and the town was able to stop and put the Capital Group to put a barrier and stop there. But they've already opened it up. The parking lot was there. They removed the trees. So the barrier and the buffer was getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and we could see the commercial property clearly. And then it started to just get worse. And then we started to get people doing exercise there at the parking lot because there is no cars going through. The youngsters, they were doing practice, sports practice. The air conditioning system during the summertime, it's so loud that I have grandkids, and I take care of my grandkids. They were having a hard time of sleeping. Even the neighbors, we have a lot of neighbors where the younger couple are moving in, they have young kids, and people are getting very frustrated. So I totally understand that there is an understanding between that commercial property, which is aligns with the Breakneck Hill Road. But don't forget that is affecting, this is where we live. This is where we live. It's not me, I'm done. But I have grandkids, I have 2 kids who are physicians, they don't sleep in my house because of the noise. Because they have to be getting up early in the morning, sometimes the weekend. My son-in-law and my daughter, they're on call. They don't sleep in my house just because of the noise level. And then the pictures that you see, first of all, it's my backyard. The fence that you see, it has not done by Capital Group, it has done by me, just recently. And the reason is because my granddaughter was playing and I was getting very worried that she's gonna go through and go to.
Microphone.
Go to the, I'm
Oh,
so
you have to
sorry.
go back to.
I'm so sorry, I apologize. So what we did, we tried, I called the town, I called the planning board, I called the, every department nobody was able to help me. They told me, oh, talk to your neighbor and figure it out between yourselves. Okay? So it got to a point where I said, you know what? My daughter, my kids' safety is more important. I've got great nieces, I've got kids who come and play in our backyard, and I just want to make sure that they are safe. I don't want them to go through the parking lot. Their cars are coming, or there are people who are, and we are feeling not safe anymore. Okay? So we brought the fence. To put the fence, we said, the hell with it. We'll just do the fence just to make sure that the kids are safe. Do you see that? That is our backyard that used to be such a wooded and buffer zone. You can see the parking lot. The other one? Yes. Do you see the parking lot?
Yep, yep.
That's our backyard. That's the barrier that we have between the 154 and our house, which used to be a big buffer. It used to be wooded. Look at, that's my bird bath, correct? You see that? It's right there. It's that white area, it's the parking lot that they opened.
In that fence, you installed that
we
fence?
did the fence. We just did it about 2 months ago. And I didn't go to the Capital Group. I said, listen, let's split the cost. We'll do a fence, get it over with, just to make safe. We paid $7,000 to do the fence. Because my safety, the safety of my grandkids and my great nieces are more important than anything else. But the other thing is that when there is a compliance that we need to follow, my husband is in compliance with pharmaceuticals, over 40 years of experience. How would you feel if the compliance was not there for medications? How would you feel about that? Would you feel comfortable with your family to be fed, to given all that medication? So what the compliance is for our safety and for people to live. I totally accept the commercial part. I have utmost respect. Our towns need the commercial to protect, to support our towns. But there should be some understanding. This is residential. People are living. They live, work, they come here, and it's not just a couple of houses. The whole Brickneck Hill Road, it's an absolutely stunning road. That's one of the reasons we loved it, because of the stone walls. That's one of the reasons we bought the house. But you need to respect that. You want to bring all the commercials and just push us out, it's not going to work. The business part, the commercial side is not going to be a winner. We need to work together to make sure that this is working, it's going where. And I'm very, very upset about this. That's why I'm here. I dropped my grandkids to with my daughter, and I came here just to make sure to voice out that we need to work together, the commercial, the private, and the town itself. We need to resolve this. Mr. DePietri, how would you feel if somebody did to your property? How would you feel?
So I think that there was more screening there, and they've taken a lot of it out. So I
Yes.
think that certainly I, as one member of the planning board,
Yes.
wants that to go back.
Absolutely.
That they
And
need
also-
to be in compliance with our code.
Absolutely. And one other thing is that we brought that I tried to bring that to attention of the town. They said, oh, we have a lot of people who are, they said, oh, I don't have time to do it. You go and figure out with your neighbors. Your neighbors, aren't you? So try to sort it out with your neighbors. I will sort it out with the neighbor. That's not an issue. But what about the town? What about our town? To protect. I pay taxes. I don't need to stay in this town. I don't have any kids in this school. But I love this town. This is a beautiful town, and I hope that you guys understand that this is important. We want to live in a very, residential and decent place.
Yeah, well, so the planning board has been trying to resolve this issue since 2022.
It seems that, the capital group is not complying,
Correct.
and that's what I would say. How would you feel if there is no compliance?
Well,
How would you feel?
so hopefully the result here will be that they will come
Absolutely.
back into compliance.
And I want to tell that the fence, I'm not happy about it. I prefer more vegetation and trees.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I will remove that fence, even though I spent $7,000. If there is a barrier, if there is a buffer, enough buffer that it tells me that you're safe. You're safe, your family is safe.
Yep.
And the other problem, because of the commercial and offices, people eat, they bring and they throw the trash. We're becoming like a trash collector. I mean, it's not just one or the other. I mean, there are so many aspects of this commercial that I don't know that they are letting it go, that it's affecting that residential area. We are residential. There are tons of houses on that Breakneck Hill Road.
Yeah.
It's not just one or two.
Yep, I understand.
And majority of neighbors are very unhappy with the capital group, very unhappy. And I'm sure that's not going, it's a sour taste in the residents' mouth, and it's not going to go well with the capital group. It's not going to go well. Because we want to work together and live together as a one unity and one town.
Okay.
Can I
Thank
ask-
you for hearing me, I really appreciate
Sure,
it.
go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, just a question for you. So you talked about the noise so it's only during the summer on the AC, it's not the heating?
Well, the AC is the summertime so far because the AC is on. I mean, it's so loud. It's so loud that literally, not only I hear, I can bring people who in our neighborhood, they've been checking to see where the noise is coming, and they found out where it's coming from the air conditioning unit that is one of the buildings, office buildings. And the other thing is that during like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, there used to be a trash can. They would empty the trash in that trash can. I would wake up, my husband would wake up, and then my daughter and my son-in-law said, that's it, we are not living here. We are not sleeping here. They're not staying in our house. And the other thing is that they come and practice sports, or they do exercise, music, loud music in that parking lot.
So is the trash, let me just ask you this.
Right next to my bedroom.
It's still coming at what time?
I haven't heard it recently.
You haven't,
because,
okay.
I have not heard it recently, but, has been several nights that I woke up because of the noise. And the other thing is that the snow plowing. And then sometimes they do racing, car racing. I called the police several times. If they are concerned about safety of the lights, they should put cameras and figure out what's going on in that parking lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just also want to say thank you for your
Got a question for you, too.
voice.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm really concerned about the noise. On these other matters, and I know how they build up, even down my end of the road, there's also a garbage, I have the same thing.
Yeah.
It's, I think it's 4:55 on
Yeah,
every Thursday
yeah,
morning.
yeah.
I wonder if it's the same.
I don't know.
We used to have that issue.
We did.
At the school.
Yeah.
Sure did.
So, like,
The capital group took
and I'm,
care of that.
you know,
got
I'm
rid of the
volunteer
school.
for the town, and I sit there thinking, okay,
Yeah.
so now I'm up and, if I call the building inspector, for example,
Yeah.
the building inspector say, well, did you see anybody? Did you go down there? And there's many, many times I thought I'm going to get up at like 4 in the morning and go down.
Yeah.
These things are very unnerving.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know which building the noise? Do you think it's coming from one building or
No,
the
I
other?
think
It's
it's
collective?
there are so many things happening, seriously. I wish I can take my time and sit there and monitor and write it down. I don't have that time. I think one of the buildings that has not 154, but right next to it, correct? I don't remember what number it is. I don't know the numbers. I try.
Yeah.
The air conditioning noise, it is so loud. It's so loud that summertime we're going nuts.
Okay.
That's one thing. The other thing is that, the other thing is that when the cars, even though there is a parking lot, but people are walking there and, throwing the trash, eating, this is my property. I shouldn't clean up after them.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. You're right.
This is my property. And now, because of that buffer that is literally open, we've asked the fence company to come and continue that, because I don't feel safe. But I don't want to put that ugly piece of fence. I love the way it used to be before, but not anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Mimi, Mr. DePietri's hand is up.
And I'm sure
Yeah.
Mr. DePietri, if he is the one who's representing, I don't know who this gentleman is, but
That's a
yeah,
Mr. DePietri, too.
DePietri, that, I don't know if he is the head of the capital group or whoever is.
There's another Mr. DePietri with his hand up, so.
Going to
Yeah,
speak on the
I really appreciate if you 1 minute put yourself in our situation, and we are not against you guys. We want you guys to be there. I wish Tommaso was there. My daughter, when she was going to medical school, she was working there, and we love that.
Yeah.
I grew up in Europe. I know what it is to walk to the restaurant. But there should be some respect towards us too, as a resident. We don't have power. We don't have lawyers behind us. But we have a voice saying that, please take care of us too. Really
Absolutely.
take care of us.
Thank you.
We don't want to be burden on you guys. We really want you to take care of us.
Bill?
Thank you.
Is there any?
Yeah, hello?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to state that she's not behind 154 Turnpike. The area she's talking about is behind 144 Turnpike. She doesn't directly abut 154 Turnpike. She's not a direct abutter. I'm a direct abutter at 144.
Yeah,
She abuts
okay.
144's parking
Okay.
lot. So
yeah.
I just don't want it to confuse the issue with everybody. We're here for 154, not 144.
Correct.
But the same issue.
Okay.
I don't know
It
exactly.
can't be the
as I
same
said what
issue
the numbers are,
because
but
you're not a
I
direct
want you-
abutter.
Yeah, I want somebody to come and check and see the whole, even with Mr. DePietri. Yeah, I'm available. Just come and let me know. I'll show you exactly. And you tell me, yeah, it's doable. No, it's not doable. Then we will figure something else out. If we have to put a fence, ugly fence, I'll put a fence. No problem. I'll pay for it. It's not that the issue. The issue is that we need to come to some understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Are you all set, Bill?
No, I wanted to go through I have had my hand up for maybe half an hour. I wanted to go
okay.
through each one of the items that you guys are talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, let's start with the lighting.
Okay.
So we did reach out to Karina when we were changing the lights, and she sent us the draft rewrite of the lighting bylaw. It had draft stamped all over. We still have a copy of it. So it wasn't voted in or it wasn't uploaded to the town's website when at the time we did change the lights. We reached out to her. She sent us a draft things. It did not say it was approved. It was not on the town's website. So when someone sends you a draft set of specifications.
That was the regulations, the bylaw was approved.
Let me just speak to that too, and I'm trying to recall this, but it was likely approved at town meeting, and then it was waiting for Attorney General's
Approval before we
approval,
posted the regulations.
which then backdates it to the date that the town meeting was. So that could have been the case at that time.
We're in the middle of this, and you guys send us draft specifications. They aren't approved. They aren't on the website. What are we supposed to do?
Bill, I have every email I've ever sent.
I'm not saying you don't.
I'm going to go look tomorrow.
I will be glad to send you the email that you sent us, the draft rewrite of the regulations. There's a draft right across it.
And if I did, and I did it erroneously and not appropriately, it still doesn't mean you cannot comply, because that's me making a mistake. Okay.
Well, so the town can make mistakes and it's okay. We make a mistake, it's not okay?
No, I can make a mistake.
So there was no mistake. It was the regulations that you included in the packet. The regulations weren't approved finally by the planning board and the draft taken off until after the AG approved the bylaw. But when the bylaw was approved in 5/21. So when you were
Well,
here
what
in January of 2022, and you said fixtures were on order, that was well after the bylaw was approved.
I think they're already installed. We weren't here for the fixtures. We
Well,
were there for the cut-through.
right, but.
We didn't come
but
before the
lighting-
town for
But
the
lighting and
fixtures.
landscaping came up then also, and you said,
The
said
lighting
in-
had already been changed. Maybe the lights had already been changed when we
that's not
came
what
before
you
you.
said then,
for
you
the
said they
cut-through.
were on order. You know these
No,
meetings are recorded.
Listen, they were already changed.
Well, then you
Why
lied.
would we put, no, we didn't lie. You probably didn't understand either we didn't understand the question we're asking, or you didn't understand the answer that we gave you.
Okay.
We approached the town planner in the springtime.
You must have an electrical permit for those light fixtures being changed, right?
I didn't change them, the electrician did.
Yeah,
So
but the
if you pull the
electrician has
permit,
to
I don't,
pull a permit.
So regardless, you're
I'm-
changing lighting, so it needs to be in compliance. The site needs to be in compliance.
well, I'm just telling you, you guys gave us draft rewrites. They weren't on the town's website.
Okay.
I'll have to look, nonetheless.
Yep, I'll be glad to send you the email.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, that would be good. And then I can look
Okay.
at the one I have. But regardless,
Yeah.
Bill, it's still not.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you don't comply.
I don't speak for the whole town. If I inadvertently sent you an incorrect document, it
You
doesn't.
didn't, you didn't.
Yeah. But the code is
Well,
still.
so Mimi, so you know what Karina sent me?
Yeah, you sent it to us.
It's in the packet.
It's in the
It
packet.
says draft right on it.
You're right. So what does that mean?
Okay.
You throw it away?
What
It means
draft
that
means
it
it's a-
means the bylaw was approved, those were the regulations to go on, along with it. They had yet to be voted in because we were waiting for the Attorney General approval.
There was nothing. It was the draft rewrite. That's all it was. Nothing. We're waiting for the Attorney General. These are in effect. None of that happened in the email.
Okay. Anything else?
No. Let's talk about the fencing and the landscaping.
Love to.
So I don't know where you're getting all your numbers from, but we just heard Bobby give the presentation from the landscape architect. Those numbers, your numbers are completely different than what he has.
Right, my numbers are in compliance with the code, and I compared with the previous landscape plan, and they're not in compliance with that either.
Well, if I decided to add more plantings on the previous plan above what the town wanted, that's my peripheral. I don't have to put them back again. I have
You
to
do.
comply with the minimum. No, I don't. I
Well-
disagree with you.
That is the approved site plan, and you're required to stay in compliance with the site plan. And if you remove landscaping, you need to come back for a modification.
I disagree. If I decided to exceed the town's landscape requirements on my own, no one asked us to, I put it on there because I wanted to.
And you need to comply with that, on the
I
approved
know,
plan.
I disagree with you. We need to comply with the bylaw. If the bylaw calls it 10 trees and I put in 16, those extra 6 trees are up to me, not up to you. Because they're on the plan, doesn't mean nothing.
It means,
I have to meet the minimum.
so you're wrong, Bill. You need to comply with the site
Well,
plan, 17410J. You need to comply with the site plan.
And the site plan says you have to comply with the landscape bylaw.
Correct. And you're way off
Okay.
on the landscape bylaw also.
Well, then that's a conflict.
What's a conflict?
What you just said.
So you meet neither.
I disagree with you. The landscape architect says that we exceed the landscape bylaw currently.
Your calculations are incorrect.
Was there a reference to
Well-
the caliper size too?
Yeah, the caliper size.
So, Bill, they have to not only comply on the site plan and the number, but in the
No.
technical specification of what's required, right? For the size of the trees and shrubs? You know,
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the landscape plan, the new one has the size on them, but
It says
clearly
2
he
to
states
2.5.
that.
So he looked at Route 9 and then one border, but it's required to be a landscape buffer around the whole entire site, not just one side. And there
Yeah,
are,
I agree.
there are landscape requirements with parking also.
Well, there's no islands in the parking lot.
So there was landscaping around the building that's all been removed, which complied with the numbers for the parking. And you pulled out all the shrubs and replaced them with invasive species.
And one of the reasons you have to comply with site plan is because during site plan, things are negotiated and mitigated, and someone might say, well, if we put 4 trees here, then we only have to put 2 there. So if you change those ratios, you may be I don't know what the word is, you may be not following what was actually approved at the site plan. More trees are always good, but if you do things like that, you really need to come back and make sure you're in compliance with the site plan, because you can always renegotiate if it makes sense, right? So the fact, I think, is that not coming back when changes are made, just to be on, on the record, and then no one can question it if your site plan matches, and it protects you and it protects the town. Then if there is a complaint, we can say, no, look here, this is in compliance, but we can't do that when we don't have anything that matches.
So Karina,
Well, there's a discrepancy in what the landscape architects counted and what Mimi's counted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the landscape architect has the zoning requirements is Route 9 in sideline. And it has one sideline, and the numbers are wrong. And they have a number of plants, but it's trees and shrubs, not trees and plants. And as I mentioned previously, the black-eyed Susan don't count as shrubs.
can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, when Shannon came back some time ago, I guess it was the end of last year, she's come back several times for some plans for signs. We had a question to town council about whether or not we could do something more on the enforcement side to get the proponent to comply before we dealt with her matter of signs. Do you remember that? Rena, do you remember that?
You have to say a little more.
And
I don't understand.
town
I mean, I don't-
council said at the time, it was, I don't know what the wording was, but he felt that because it was signs and we were making, our role in that was pretty small, you can't kind of hold hostage.
Yeah, so it wouldn't, I don't think we asked town council, because signs,
that?
we just give a report, so I don't think we could.
I think we did ask town council. But the reason I
Never
bring this
asked
up
town
is,
council.
I'm not inclined to, and not tonight, take a look at the request of the proponent until these things get addressed. Because I've been on the board a number of years, and I can remember Mr. Mills and other people sitting here, and I was sitting in one of those chairs and hearing the proponents saying the same thing about how they're going to put up more barriers and, deal with the various issues. It's just gone on too long, and I think that we need to do something about it. And yes, I agree that it can get settled in a condition, but looking back at the 2022 emails from Justin and saying he was going to be providing something and it was just completely dropped, I'm not sure we have any action here unless this is cleaned up. I don't know about how the rest of the board feels, but I think there's a lot of anger from the neighbors and certainly numerous planning board members that have been frustrated by this over the years.
Well, the frustration from the neighbors is not about 154.
Well,
So that's not a,
Well, the
that's not a
frustration
clear
from-
statement.
Well, when the tree was removed, I had one of the 50-year residents call me, and maybe Ms. Braccio as well. There was frustration that happened.
Oh, the town-owned tree, the public shade tree.
Public shade tree, yeah. That's what I'm.
Look, we didn't arbitrarily cut down a tree because we wanted to spend $5,000. We had extra money in the bank. There was limbs falling on cars and on people. That picture you had up on the screen clearly shows decay at the bottom of the trunk.
So are you an arborist?
I don't need to be an arborist when I see decay and I see limbs falling on the ground, and I don't mean little limbs, big limbs.
So you need to contact the town so there's a hearing. You don't take
Well,
down
we weren't
public
aware
shade
of
trees.
that. We weren't aware of that. The town's arborist said it was on the watch list, and he even agreed.
I don't know what he's talking about, but the arborist list said it was in good condition. I don't know.
I'm telling you what the tree warden said.
Well, you
And
only,
that
you
picture-
only sent half of the conversation, so I don't know what was said to the tree warden.
I don't know, even we only sent half the conversation. I don't know what kind of comment that is, but I didn't have the conversation with the tree warden. I think Karina did.
So I want to just add something if I could. So when Justin came back to do discussions with the planning board because of the driveway cut-through was not compliant, and, you know, there started to be some good motion forward because there was discussion about Capital Group Properties installing landscaping there to mitigate that section back because it had been cleared and there's supposed to be landscaping there. So that was a really good step forward to say, we're going to put landscaping there. But then, Bill, something happened where it just stopped. And you know, the site just kept operating and there was no landscaping put on. That was, you guys said, well, instead of a fence, can we put landscaping there? And I think Andrew Mills was part of the planning board, and he, you know, said, yeah, I think, and he got kind of the board to agree, yeah, put some landscaping back there, but it didn't happen. So some of these things that are like.
I'm pretty sure we were directed by the town to stop any landscaping that was going on at the time.
No,
I mean, Karina, listen,
no, that was
not
for
for
the
nothing.
driveway cut through. Yeah,
Karina, not for nothing, and this is for the board too.
yeah.
No one has the best looking properties than ours on Route 9. No one takes care of their properties better than we do. So you guys to sit there and criticize us is, as far as I'm concerned, unfounded and unwarranted. Go look at all the other properties on Route 9 where they cut down the trees and put nothing back.
Yeah, so I'm not
I can list at
criticizing you.
least a
I thought
dozen
it was a good
properties.
thing.
I don't think it's really a comparison.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
We don't,
I mean, we're glad to work with the town, but work is a two-way street, not a one-way street.
So are you going to add landscaping there along the buffer?
Well, I think that will be.
Well,
Are you going to propose some landscaping?
I think we need to talk about each item and come up with a mutually agreed upon plan of attack here. I don't want to just say, okay, we're going to do this, and now what else you guys want? It needs to be all done globally.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other questions or comments?
No, nothing for me. Glad to come in and bring the landscape architects. We can all count plants on a plan together, if need be.
Sure, I would love to. And there's no 2026 plan either that's referenced in your document. So if there is a 2026 plan, we've never seen it.
I don't know if there is one. It was just done in the end of 25. There might be a typo.
Okay. Well, great talking to you, Bill.
Same.
So should we continue this?
Yep.
Okay,
Work.
I make a
Thanks for hanging
motion
out.
to extend the public hearing for 154 Turnpike Road, non-compliance and modification to major site plan approval to March 23rd, 2026 at 7:05 PM.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brashear, yes.
Belniak, yes?
All right, thank you.
The next item on the agenda, subdivision rules and regulations. Wah, wah, wah.
We were we were this close, for the record, this close, to meeting tomorrow. We had gone back and forth, Karina, Bill, and I had gone back and forth with trying to find dates and times. We'd settled on tomorrow afternoon. Unexpectedly, Bill's not available, so we're going to try to find time. As soon as Bill's back in front of a calendar, we'll do the same, so.
And I even showed up today for the meeting, but it was the wrong day.
Karina showed up for the meeting that wasn't happening today. But that allowed her to find out that Bill wasn't going to be here tomorrow, because if I had shown up tomorrow with
Yeah.
no meeting,
And it's tougher for
Would
you
have
to
been,
leave.
yeah.
your work.
Hopefully next time.
Very good.
Thank you.
Oh, you know,
Uh-oh. He knows me too then, Mimi. Uh-oh.
How nice.
Nice
Good.
meeting you.
It was, yeah, it was really nice meeting you.
The next item on the agenda is the planner's report.
Get my glasses on. Okay.
This was a lot longer. Marty picked a good meeting to sit
Well, did she? She has to file a Mullins report now, doesn't she?
for 100.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so just a quick update. The golf course committee contacted me about adding some trees interior to the site to help with some buffering of where the golf balls go. And they are proposing straight native species, 6 eastern white pines, Pinus strobus. It was shown as a straight native species on the Go Botany. And as long as, and Bill Cundiff reviewed it, he didn't want anything near public property, like on the town road. So they're all set. They have a meeting, I think they might have one tomorrow, Wednesday
And they
night.
ran it by Concom, because they all.
I recommended that they do that.
CR.
Yeah, I said that there is a conservation restriction that they need to check with conservation too. So they've just given you an update on that.
Freddie has a
Good.
comment.
I'm just curious, where is that?
Say your name.
Oh, Freddie Gillespie,
Good job.
78 Southville Road. Where are these trees?
So, you know, when you're looking at the golf course closer to the
What street are you on?
Corderville, right? And you look in and you see the public safety building, and then there's like a row of pine trees, like perpendicular to the street, set back. I think it's, I don't know which T it is, 4 or 6, I don't know, I have it in my notes. But they're just filling in some more there with those trees that are already there, 6 of them. And they did confirm with the tree warden as well. So they contacted the tree warden, me, DPW, and I recommended they go to conservation as well to make sure it's not impacting the conservation restriction.
It's on Route
interior to
85?
site.
It's on Route 85?
No, it's
Yeah.
interior to the property.
Not on the street, it's inside the golf course where there's already trees. They have a row of trees in there. Come by the office tomorrow, I can show you a plan.
Okay.
Okay. Need to be done. I think I mentioned this last time, that the 250 Turnpike received their ZBA parking variance for the storage site only. Today I received, and I haven't had a chance to pass it on, the 40B for 250 Turnpike. They have revised plan submission. So I'll be forwarding that to, they're probably already on the ZBA website. Lara was going to put them up there. But I'm going to send them to you tomorrow. Not to forget the clean energy regulations from the Department of Energy, DOER. I just can't remember what the R is for. And
Resource.
there's two steps that the town needs to be concerned with. I think it's a select board issue. And one is that
Ready.
they have to pick a manager for this consolidated permitting. They have to designate someone in the town that all the boards send their decisions to, so that they put them all together. And then the second part is decide whether the town is going to accept. So on July 1st, you can start accepting applications under this consolidated permitting method. By October 1st, you have to. So the towns need to kind of decide when they're going to start accepting applications like this. because applicants don't have to follow this, but if they do,
And those are for bigger ones.
yeah.
There's a size. for
There's
those.
sizes too, yeah, so just keeping you abreast on those
Yeah.
items. We already know about the elections. That's it. We have meeting minutes.
Costco update?
Oh, yes, sorry, forgot.
Is that just that there's
Yes,
a meeting?
yep, on March 18th.
2 PM?
At 2 PM, we have a pre-filing meeting where we coordinated all the town departments, and Lisa is there. We invited a select board member. Mark Purple's going to show. I spoke to Kathy in the hall, Kathy Cook, to see if she was still interested, and she had a full plate, but we emailed her in case she wanted to attend. But police, fire, DPW, Board of Health,
Where are we meeting, Karina?
conservation. It's going to be here because the public safety building, which we wanted because it's a nice venue,
Yep.
they have training that day.
Okay.
So this was a request by Christine Hung, who's one of the attorneys representing Atlantic Management, the Costco team. Okay.
A question about that? So this is pre-filing, so that means you're getting ready to file. Is there any expectation of when we're going to see the first sort of submission from them?
Probably within a couple months.
Okay.
Yes, and so one of the things they want to ask at these pre-filing meetings is, they had asked about maybe the board considering a
Subcommittees.
subcommittee
Yeah.
to like, look at things before the meetings. Is that a grimace? I'm not,
Yeah,
I won't
I
ask
think you need to be careful with,
Yeah. doing that.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's up to the board to determine what you guys want to, if you want to do that or not. I'm just saying they mentioned that, and I know that's something they wanted to, they broached again in their email in their request,
Yep.
this pre-filing meeting. So, no, but I know that they have, MEPA thresholds and EIRs and things like that, because it's a large project. So, and we invited the town of Westboro town engineer, DPW director, and one of their admin, and we haven't heard back yet, but they asked to be kept in the loop. So we are. But they do, that project has to go to Westboro as well. But I felt it important, they should be involved here, because they asked. So, annual town meeting is Saturday, April 11th, not to forget, and we'll have a pre-meeting for the planning board set up there right before the meeting.
I will not be here for town meeting.
Okay. Annual town election is Tuesday, May 12th. I already talked about the clean energy siting and permitting. And I did know that, I recall that Marnie was going to provide some decks and PowerPoint presentations for some of these articles. So one of the things we'll have to talk about at the next meeting, or maybe I'll talk to Marnie offline, is any handouts that she might want that we have to get printed ahead of time, because we'll have to get that. And tomorrow morning, once I'm in, I will get the easy articles already to the select board, and I'll follow up with Marnie on the changes for the IP, because that one's more detailed. I want to make sure she understands, because she's the one who's going to present that. And then when she's okay with that, like those changes, and then we'll get that into the select board, because I know Andrew wanted it right away, but we have to make sure it's right too. It's going to go to print. Okay.
Should we address the email from town clerk?
Oh, the dog kennel? Oh, yeah, I kind of discarded it because I got it. So, not because it's not relevant, I just figured it wasn't that critical. So the town clerk sent an email to me, giving me a heads up, saying that the section of the definitions 174-2 should be changed to be 5 or more dogs for dog kennels. We're updating our dog definition to match the new Ollie's law, which defines kennels as 5 or more dogs. And currently, our dog kennel definition says, the keeping for sale or boarding purposes, including convalescence or treatment of more than 3 dogs that are more than 6 months old. So I told him I would, good thing you said that, bring it up here.
So this Ollie law is, made changes under Chapter 140, Section 136A, which is definitions. And that section is applicable to Chapter 140, Sections 137 to 174F, not zoning. And the definition that, that Jim is referring to is for a personal kennel. Ours is a dog kennel, so it's not the same. And so what is allowed in zoning in these are licensing, this is for licensing permits are not the same. So I do not believe we need to change anything. My opinion.
What's a personal kennel?
That's,
In your home?
no, that's what the definition that Jim just, that's the 5 or more dogs.
Right.
And that has not been updated in the Mass General Law, whereas all the other definitions that were changed in December 24 have. So I don't know if that's even applicable. Minutes?
Minutes.
Oh, so I wonder, so the executive session minutes are off because there was a proposed amendment to the minutes, and we can't discuss that in open meeting because it's under review with the Attorney General. Although there was an email from Colleen that said that we could.
Yes.
That is not true. She checked with Attorney Costa, and he said, no, you can approve them, but they can't be released, so we can't discuss it in open session.
Because it's still outstanding.
So I wonder if we should add a quick executive session to the 30th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is the purpose of that executive session to discuss those minutes or to
Yeah.
approve those minutes?
Amend.
So,
There's an amendment.
so to approve the minute, well, not necessarily amend them, maybe, to approve the minutes, but not for release.
Got it.
For format.
So once the Attorney General concludes their review, then they can be released.
So if there was no amendment, we could vote to approve? if
Yeah, we just can't discuss
In
it.
public, but you can't discuss it.
So the next are February 9th.
All right, motion go.
Okay. Can I make a motion? Does anybody
Yeah.
have any changes? Okay, motion, make a motion to approve the minutes of February 9th, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brasher, yes.
Belniak, yes.
And I make a motion to approve the minutes of February 23rd, 2026.
Second.
So you're not getting off this easy this time. So line 169, add Southborough. So this is to change, it says that we're changing Shopsy to Affordable Housing Trust, but it's actually Southborough Affordable Housing Trust. So line 169, add Southborough. Line 170, it's SAHT. In 175, Southborough Affordable Housing Trust, SAHT. And that's it.
Okay. 169, 170,
And 175.
75. Okay. S-A-H-T. Got it. I circled it here too. With revs.
So do we need to redo the motion as amended?
As amended. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brasher, yes.
Belniak, yes.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brasher, yes.
Belniak, yes.